right, and good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Law Show. My name is David Helm. I am a practicing licensed attorney in the state of Michigan, and I am still trying to figure out my camera placement. I'm not sure if I like this one better or not. I'm sure it will continue to move around as I do these streams, and until I figure out. It's a weird balancing act because I want to look like I'm looking at you guys, but when I look at the screen, or before, it was like I was looking over here. And sometimes if I put it right in front of the screen, then I'm blocking either the chat or something going on. It's a pain in the ass. So, and I'm swearing a minute and a half into the show, so that's good. We have day 5 of the Letecia Stauch case today. This is going to be kind of a sad... I feel like a sad beginning. We have the coroner is going to be reporting or testifying today. It looks like it's going to be if travel arrangements, I guess, work out, because there's some issues regarding the travel arrangements maybe with this witness. But as the state said on Friday, they plan on calling the coroner who did the autopsy on Gannon. So that's going to be a little tough to watch probably, but we're going to get through that, and then we're going to get to probably a little more craziness. Morning, Jamie.
Hey,
how was your Easter? Oh, happy Easter. I hope everyone had a good Easter, by the way.
it was nice out yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It turned out to be really nice.
Out, and I hung out with my family, so I hope yours was good.
Yeah, it was. I got a chance to hang out with family. I made an appearance on Nicholas's stream, his Easter stream. He made it to Nicholas might be joining us, actually. I think he sent me a message.
That was good.
Yeah, so Nicholas will be joining us today too, and we'll get some of his input. And this is just going to be sort of probably a tough opening go, I imagine.
Yeah.
Anything groundbreaking on Friday? Oh, let me see. You know what? I should probably pull up my notes. Jamie, go. What happened on Friday while I'm pulling up my notes? Let's see here.
A lot. The neighbor.
Oh, the neighbor. So the next door, or the woman that lived down the street, the busybody, she testified. I saw a lot of mixed comments about the neighbor. Some people liked the neighbor, thought she did a great job on locking Letecia into a lot of her lies. Other people thought that she, in my opinion, she might have been a little too much of a busybody.
Yeah.
Sort of kind of leading Letecia down her statements, although it doesn't take much to lead Letecia down her road of lies, in my opinion. So I don't give her too much fault. She just kind of seemed to be annoying, and I thought there was a good opportunity for the defense to really cross-examine her on a lot of things, especially when, her first statement was, I met this woman the first time when she came to my door to drop off clothes, and then she started chit-chatting with me like we were old friends, and I've never met her before. And I thought that was really odd. And so the defense could have really played on that. It was like, well, did that seem insane odd? And then with the other conversations with her or the chat messages that they had going on while everyone else was looking for Gannon, the defense really could have hammered that, I feel, a lot more, and really kind of poked some holes in her testimony. And I think they asked all of 2 questions, and then they clarified the timeline, and they clarified something else, and then that was it. That was the big one, was the neighbor that ended Friday's testimony. We had a coroner testify that basically I guess Gannon could have been frozen in Colorado in January, and it would have taken a while for him to thaw out in the suitcase while they were driving to Florida. So maybe Haley didn't smell it in the car, or no one else might have smelled it either, because because he might have been frozen. Then we had coworker of Haley testified.
God, yeah.
Weird. They said she picked Haley and her mom up she picked up her mom from the hospital, and then her mom was using Haley's phone to text a bunch of people weird things. And then one of the things is that while in the car with them, Letecia texted Haley's friend asking if it was okay that, like, pretending to be Haley, essentially asking if it was okay that her mom stayed the night at her friend's house. So that was kind of weird. She was definitely trying to impersonate somebody else and create a situation where she could stay the night somewhere, essentially is what it came out to. But that was kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, that was about it for Friday, I guess. There wasn't a ton. The neighbor was the big thing.
Oh, the boss, right? Her boss.
Was that Friday?
Was that Friday? I feel it.
Maybe Wednesday.
Maybe I'm losing it.
The principal. Let's see. Was that was Wednesday?
Oh, it was.
That was Wednesday. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was. I have these divided up weird now because I'm doing morning and evening. Was that morning? Yeah. Okay. That was day 4. So that was Friday morning. The principal testified, and she, Letecia had lied on. No. That wasn't then. That was Wednesday.
Okay.
Because that's when I put the banner up with Dr. Stauch.
Yeah.
Because she
Stuck
had.
in my mind. I just think that was so hilarious.
She had told the principal that she was applying to a job with that she was a doctor and had a PhD and signed everything Dr. Stauch. And
now you say that, I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna move my window down here so I can monitor and see when court goes live. So there was a lot. Back to another day of lying and drama queen behavior. Yes, I am excited to get to that. Unfortunately, I think the first part of this testimony today is going to be really sad with the coroner that did the autopsy on Gannon. So I might distract myself with some work during that testimony a little bit. But after that, it should be fun though. The neighbor lady. Yeah, she was trying to help.
Yeah.
I feel like she was trying to help. But, when you come out and say, I'm not a people person, I don't like interacting with people, and then you basically kind of spearhead a search for Gannon, that's fine. But then also spearhead sort of a witch hunt against Letecia. That's when all of a sudden you're getting, I guess, in my opinion, a little too involved. You're getting a little too nosy, and I'm not saying anything Letecia told her is not credible in those messages, because obviously they're recorded in messages, but just from I would not want to be friends with her. That was kind of like, I don't want to be friends. I don't want to be neighbors with that woman. I just don't. I just didn't like her. Yes, and please remember to like the video, subscribe, tell your friends. Did you see my video I put up with? I was gonna try to share it.
Yeah.
My promo video.
Arrested Development. I was like,
yeah, I was looking at my numbers, and please tell your friends popped into my head, and I was like, ooh, I know where I heard that. Hang on, let me see if I open it.
As long as we don't look desperate. We want them to think we'll take their help, but we don't need it.
Hard to accept that it's really come to begging.
Sometimes it's the only way to stay in the game.
Please tell your friends about this show.
Yeah.
I love that show, so I was just loving it.
Yeah. So I was like, ooh, I'm gonna make a quick thing. Yes, please like and tell your friends. We're doing really good, actually. Our numbers are 800 and something now. After I put that video up, it actually jumped up. So
look at
we're doing good. Yeah, and Nicholas reached his goal of his watch time and everything the other day. That's why he did a stream yesterday, and so that was really that was really good. He's only been doing this for like a month and a half or something, he said, or a couple of months. Well, I just missed this. Hello from Iceland. Hello. I really want to go visit your land. My wife had a layover there once on her flight to Sweden, and she said they walked around in town for a couple of hours, and she said it was amazing, and I really want to come see your land. So we're going to plan a trip, I think, in the next short few years. Well, hello. Good morning. Well, afternoon to
Good
you,
morning.
sir.
Good afternoon, good morning, yeah, wherever you are.
What
So,
time is it now for you?
for Nicola, it was about 4 o'clock for you, right?
5.
5? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, daylight savings and all that screws us
Yeah.
up. Okay, so 5 o'clock. When do you start your daylight savings? Or do you do that?
Yeah, we do have that. Oh, it was about 3 weeks ago, I think. It caught me by surprise this year as well.
Yeah. Does anyone know why their degree? She has like a high school diploma, and that's about it, from what I understand. Maybe she has some college, but the school principal testified. This is my mother, by the way. I didn't notice that. The school principal said that
now you recognize me.
there we go. The school principal had said that she was she just did the initial vetting and recommended her, and that someone else was going to do verify her background, essentially. And so that's why that didn't happen yet. Let's see here. Trying to get to morning questions before we get going. Hello. Someone says hi to you, Nicholas. Before we get going with the trial, I'm just watching, and we're supposed to get going here in a few minutes. And this court jumps up and runs quickly. So I want to make sure that we don't miss anything and are able to pull it up when they start. Let's see here. She went too far and got caught up in the belief of her own. Yeah, the neighbor lady. Yeah, I just didn't trust her. Again, the defendant's statements are written in messages, so we can't necessarily refute those. But I just didn't like the sort of the personality of the neighbor lady, and I thought that there would be a good opportunity to cross-examine her and really hit her hard on some of these things, and they just didn't do that. And I am when I advocate that the defense should be doing more, I'm not saying I believe this woman should, be found not guilty or anything. I'm really just I like to see good, strong defenses in every case, no matter what the case is. And when I don't see it, I kind of get disheartened with the system a little bit. I was just saying we're planning a trip to Iceland, hopefully pretty soon, so that'll be fun. Have you ever been to Iceland, Nicholas? Oh, you're muted, I think.
Boomer moment number 1 of the day. Iceland is still on my bucket list. I've been planning for decades to go there, but somehow stuff happens. But yeah,
something always seems to come up, I suppose. Oh, so I do have. Let's see here. We're supposed to get started fairly quickly. I did pull up her. I want to say more of her testimony. Not testimony, more of her phone calls. If we wanted to pull that up. Oh wait, hang on. Well, that's not what I want. I want to get the court case up. There we go. Why don't I have volume? Okay. Let me move this around so that we're all set. And make sure I have volume turned up. We got pictures, so I'm assuming we're going to be starting pretty soon. And hopefully we can, let's see, is there a better way? Oh, that'll work. Then we can hide the logo.
All rise for the jury, please.
And we can maybe hopefully spin it a little better. I think this will be okay. This should be a good layout. If it doesn't work, I'll move it around. I did see a picture of going around Twitter of Letecia giving some sort of hand signal. That is obviously Photoshop because I have not seen that at all. Her giving some sort of like weird hand signal thing or something when the jury was entering. That's completely.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
A real doctor.
Is this the coroner?
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And the witness stands right there.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
And she is from Florida, I believe.
All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, SUSANIGNACIO.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury your employment history basically as an assistant medical examiner?
I did a year after my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school, 5 years of general pathology, a year of forensic pathology.
What schools did you go to?
I went to med school in the Philippines, and then I did my 5 years of general pathology in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami, and then a year of forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend meetings, conferences by the National Association of Medical Examiners and the Florida Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you licensed?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
My license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in Florida?
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications that you hold as a part of your job?
Yes, we have to take a board exam after our after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I had to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have
did
you
this
held that
on a
certification?
committee hearing. I got through the whole thing and
20
realized
years.
you couldn't hear
Okay.
the video at all.
Quite a long time.
I've yet
Yes.
to upload it.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Have you testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how many times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County.
Morning, Wendy.
When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties, so I testified in those 5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court,
Yes.
all in Florida?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness
No
in forensic
objection.
pathology.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See, I always say it the same way.
Dr. Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180?
You may go ahead.
The judge was distracted for a moment. It's interesting that they questioned this person, this expert, about making sure that it was the same body, I guess, that was discovered. I've never really heard that before. It's just kind of assumed, I guess.
First, and Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment? While
Yeah,
I do
that's fine.
these bigger diagrams. I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is 144?
that's my body
Could be
diagram.
her own
Is this taken
expert
directly
witness
from your
with a
autopsy
PhD.
report?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
yes,
And then 145 and 146, do you recognize these items?
yes.
145, what does it appear to be? This is the top one.
Yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes,
And then 146, do you recognize this?
yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of
defendant.
the
She
head,
identified
the
herself
skull,
as a doctor
and
having a PhD
under
in
the
job
chin.
application.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for
doesn't.
this case?
yes,
She just said
Are
she-
these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit copies of those for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm going to set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
I wonder what the defendant's reaction is going to be when she starts hearing this testimony.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see, at least when they are starting to show pictures to the jury. And presumably she can see those too.
Yeah. She was really squirrely when her ex-husband was on the stand and when other witnesses were talking about finding Gannon. She kind of tried to hide as much as she could behind her hair. And she doesn't seem to be doing that today, this morning. She seems really animated, actually, engaging with her attorneys, sitting up, talking with them. They very different than what we've seen her in the past. And I just have to imagine some of the feedback is getting back to them about her behavior and how everyone's observing it.
Yeah, but at the same time, if their defense is by reason of insanity, then this doesn't show it.
Right, it doesn't. But again, I guess, you know, the Chewbacca defense or the Twinkie defense, I don't know if temporary insanity is really a thing. But it's her mental condition at the time of the crimes, not necessarily now. So, although it's, you know, like you said, it's hard to prove if she's acting normal in court that she's insane.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's on medication. Somebody asked that if she was taking any medication and what kind. I imagine if she is, they will be getting into that with her expert testimony.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, Doctor?
Yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook. Right. 7.
No objection.
It's 147 through 180 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Well, they're just going to hand them straight to the jury. No questions about them? I feel like they'd be asking questions of the witness for specific photographs and then publishing them to the jury. Oh, I see. Okay, they're putting them on the screen. They are going to ask questions. I thought they were like physical photographs. They were just handing a stack to the jury.
So Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you. And then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel. And then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen. Is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe so that the jury understands what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
The whole body looks decomposed. It doesn't look like, you know, normal fresh body. You see a brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose the skin.
Dr. Ignacio, that red handle thing is a pointer. I see that you're pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right hand, you're already losing some skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing
Yeah, I'm
bone
surprised
here.
that
The skin's
they
already
allow
decomposed and
the pictures to be
disappeared,
streamed.
brown,
Yeah, I mean,
discoloration
I wasn't expecting
all
it, but
over.
I put my banners
And then
out of the
there's
way.
black linear
There.
lines
On the
in the
court zone
abdomen and
feed.
chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well.
Yes.
Is there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury?
Yes,
And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
there's a laceration here on the left chest. Like this
Yeah,
one
she's
here.
definitely
You
not
can't really
looking
see
at
it
the
clearly
screen.
because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here, here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos, is it a wide angle shot like this where you can see sort of contextually where a wound might be and then it zooms in closer in the next photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same page.
It's
Yeah.
not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be
Little
shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go on to 149. Is 149 a close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes, this is a close-up.
So can you tell us, as we look at that, how we understand that to be a sharp force injury? What about it tells us that?
Looking at the wound here, you can't really tell it clearly, but when it went into the rib, the third rib,
We're
you can
about
see
to
that
find
it's a
out.
sharp, like clean-cut line
Was it?
because
That
it
was-
hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Now law and crime is
The
or is it you that is
decomposition
moving the picture?
state of this body
Mm.
caused
Or is it crime
some
covering up?
difficulty in identifying
That's law and
injuries
crime
that
doing
might have
it.
been contributing to what caused the death in this case.
Some
Yeah, I
of them.
would
Okay.
imagine their shaft
If we can move on
is,
to 150.
saying stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it
This
up.
is
now.
another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside that it was just like a linear, straight, clean-cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close-up of the wound.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up, this looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
Okay. If we can move on to 152, I believe the numbering is.
So there's another sharp force injury in the chest, the left chest, and you can see that it's also elongated. That didn't enter the chest cavity, but just hit the muscle, the pectoralis muscle.
Okay, and then 153.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there. Straight edge.
Okay. And then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
Okay. 154.
Showing the sharp force injury that's like right above the clavicle on the left.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle.
Gannon was
left
11
clavicle.
at the time.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit, right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open and in a rounded appearance, is that basically what you testified to earlier, that as the skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's another sharp force injury on the left wrist region.
And this one we can now see must have been taken before the clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing that the victim was wearing.
I wouldn't want to be there if I was family.
Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes.
No, I
How can
would
you tell
skip
that?
guy.
Because of all the fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
Okay. In all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there, which
Yes.
is 144?
Yes.
Okay. We could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
And moving on to 161.
And this is the right hand, the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. And you can see like the edges are clean cut, caused by a sharp object.
So that would be.
And we're looking at
defective
these
wounds.
in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands. When we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, how would you characterize those types of wounds?
They're consistent with defensive wounds,
Okay.
trying to protect yourself.
She's
Indicating
sitting
that
down, not
potentially
looking at
Gannon
anything.
was putting his hands up
They're
to guard
defending
against
him.
whatever was happening.
Yes,
And then they get cut in the process of that.
yes.
Okay. 162, please.
This one shows, excuse me, this one shows the right hand, like the palmar aspect of the right hand. And this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
163.
Same photo right there.
Okay. And this is
This is
just,
the ring finger.
right.
This is the, oh, sorry. No, sorry, that's the middle finger and the ring finger's right here.
Okay. And then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut on, more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
164, please.
So we're looking at his back, and there's a sharp force injury on the left upper back, right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib, and it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
Stab in the
165.
back.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the back side of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this wound ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bones, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing through the clothing and into the body?
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view.
I agree.
And you know that it's a
Bad.
sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes.
To the, basically the top, maybe backish part of his left shoulder?
It entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170?
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm?
Yes.
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
Yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound, but that's the cut edge right here.
Okay. And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist, is that right?
Yes,
Or forearm area?
yes.
172?
I can't remember if anyone talked
What are we
about
looking at in
wounds
172?
on the
So this is the
defendant's
head,
body,
and you're
like
looking at the left side.
injured
The
herself
ear
in
is right
this.
here.
I hope
So
she
there's
did.
a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
173?
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human could sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
174?
We're looking at the right side of the head, and we're trying to show, this time it's a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object. It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because it's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged, and underneath the skin, you can still see what they call tissue bridging. That means it wasn't completely cut. Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay.
I feel like this was a vicious
175?
attack. Like he had to have been fighting and trying to get
And here
away
you can
just with the
see the
wounds that they're
wound.
describing.
I don't know if you can see it, but that's the wound right here, and you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun?
Yes.
176?
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
Okay. 170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you
She
can see that
cracked her
the edges
skull,
are jagged. It's
or
not like a
cracked
clean
his skull,
cut.
I guess.
So that's why I called it laceration.
Okay. 178?
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell, and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain. So this is a fracture, 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 fracture.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically extending to the back area?
Yes.
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
Yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
And so what I'm driving at is, would it take a lot of force to cause these types of fractures through a blunt force strike?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. If we could move on to 179.
18 stab wounds, is that what you said? Or
What are we looking at in 179?
So this is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw, the left side of the jaw, lower jaw. And there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180.
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use,
Okay, I'll come over and help.
oh, it's not easy.
Which one do you want? 46, 145?
The lacerations, I'm wondering,
145.
also counting the defensive wounds on the hands, I'd imagine.
Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's okay.
Go back.
That's, well, they won't be able to see it.
Okay.
Back there.
So the entrance gunshot wound was in the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, the mandible. This entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline, and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial cavity. So I recovered it on the right side where the muscles are of the neck. So there was a projectile that went from left to right and then front to back.
And then, so when you recovered the projectile, was it still in the, basically the muscle tissue in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems like through the stabbing and beating,
So,
still,
doctor, you can sit back down if
was
you'd
still
like.
alive.
What was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify as, that Gannon had suffered, 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then 1 gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Regarding the sharp force injuries coming first,
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries occurred before gunshot. Is that right?
Yes.
But it's unclear whether blunt force or gunshot, which one of those occurred first.
Yes.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes.
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
Yes.
and then 4 blunt force injuries
Yes.
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that?
Yes.
What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon Stauch?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes, sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes,
when you do an autopsy?
yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stauch at the time of autopsy?
Did she drug him?
There were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first. Acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes.
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
If maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though, in an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I can't just go to Walgreens without a prescription and buy hydrocodone?
Yes.
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
Yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness, and if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing. You'll have lethargy, coma, and eventually death.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years old, like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
Yes, and if it was for a cough, you would give something that didn't have the, narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay.
They talk about the levels. I didn't hear any levels of this stuff in this system.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Me.
Might be an area of attack for the defense if they had a defense.
Yeah. But as I interpret this,
Go ahead, doctor. Thank you.
That kid really wanted to live.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not many survived that
Good
many
morning,
stab
Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay.
Wonder where the defense is going.
I don't know.
And the injuries that you noted in your report and during the autopsy, they would indicate that this was a violent death.
Yes.
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries, the blunt force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body. Some are deep, some are shallow.
He's got to show
It
his clients
indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is
Okay.
their
It's a
insanity
pattern to
defense
it.
now.
Yes.
They are adding on to what the prosecution is saying to build up to the insanity.
Yep, I think so. Violence equals crazy person. Yeah. This level of violence, this
Would
like,
the
vicious attack.
blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
It did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding or hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay. When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, did you go back or did your office or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
Okay. And if he had had a prescription for a opiate-based cough syrup or cough medicine, then it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
Okay. Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries.
No, they were on the top of the
The
head.
top of the head.
No.
Okay.
Whether or not the jury's going to buy the craziness angle is different than whether or not
In a
they
lot
should
of
going down that
injuries,
line of questioning. I
doctor,
guess.
you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet or a projectile will enter. Did you note any of that, any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling, but
Okay.
it's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, When I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report, it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify him anymore.
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure what he's
Just a
getting
moment,
at
doctor.
with the pancreas thing, or
No, it's about the length of decomposition, how long it would take.
I guess
Yeah.
it was there longer. Oh, maybe because it was there longer than she was in Florida.
Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition.
Yes, but I think I said something I forgot. I couldn't tell, but then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
Cause for speculation.
I think if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard.
Okay.
Let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So, doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially, I guess, in Florida where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
Yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place like a waterway or bayou or marshy area to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes.
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That a
Yes.
body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
Yes.
And so does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you, in your expert opinion, that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died?
Yes.
Is that an intentional act?
Yes.
I would object.
Yeah,
Overruled.
cause for speculation.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling. So let's talk, and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
Yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body. And so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes.
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
Yes.
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
Yes.
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appeared to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
Oh, it was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no pattern, so I said there's no pattern.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to drive towards. These were intentional acts, as you just testified to. They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes.
And so were these targeted towards upper body area, head area, chest area?
Yes.
Does that indicate a person had an intentional desire to cause potentially fatal injuries to Gannon
Yes.
because of where they're targeting?
Yes.
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their lower leg or to their head?
More to the head.
Okay. And Gannon
We
had
haven't
lots of
gotten that
injuries to
far
his
yet.
head, is that right?
Yes.
With the DNA of the bullet. Or
And
the
all of these
identification of
injuries,
them.
are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was
know.
still alive?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
We still have a lot of cases
Do
to
any
go
of the
left.
jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few.
Wow. All right, jury
Counsel,
questions.
retrieve those and approach, please.
We have jury questions. Yay.
It's usually pretty good.
Yeah, and I see the chat is quite active, and you have to remember we here we don't. I don't do criminal law. I do labor law, but I do see a lot of injuries in my torn off hair, lost fingers, and stuff like that. So we do have some experience, and then also we see it through more of an analytical side, I believe.
Yeah. That's the one thing about attorneys. We kind of rise above the emotions a little bit when you do this, and you look at it very analytically. So she's a monster. She's evil, probably. But can we prove that beyond a reasonable doubt is always my question. And I'm always analyzing the defense's strategy to kind of see where they're going with it. And I think the viciousness of the attack leans more towards crazy than at least I don't know if it's enough to overcome everything else, but at least tends that way. I always think of I don't know, the Evil Dead. The movie Evil Dead pops into my mind all the time, where you have those weird creatures in the cabin and they're just sort of insane going after. That's what pops into my mind when I heard this testimony. That seems pretty crazy to me.
Sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No.
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine, so that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
So Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone.
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Those are good questions.
Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They are adding to the insanity. They want
And
to have
when you
more
get
injury.
sampled to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine levels, they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level, okay. Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body?
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
If you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
we took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is the significance, I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If you can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay.
So you can see there will be drugs in the liver too, and there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
Okay. And I guess I asked a bad question and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
It could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
All right. So we have a 20-minute break. They always come back and ask if there's something else that the court needs to address. And if they do, I'll pull them back up. This is tough testimony.
Yeah.
Surprised the court allowed them to show the pictures. Oh, Jamie left us.
I think that would that probably is a mistake from the law and crime or crime TV, that they have a fixed camera on that, so they couldn't move it out of the picture. So
right. Yeah. But it was on the court's feed. And the camera was set up differently because on Friday, the camera was not aimed at the screen, so you couldn't see it. So it's just interesting that that they arranged the camera better so that you could actually see the exhibits, which was nice. They just happened to unfortunately do it for like the worst witness to put up there and show pictures of.
yeah, and the producers should have known that Monday morning was medical examiner testimony.
Yeah. I ended up pulling it up just because when she was pointing at stuff, I wanted to see if there was like anything that looked odd from the pictures when she was. So I have it up on my other screen, or I had it up anyways, just so I could see if there was something weird that they were going to maybe try to cross-examine on, but they didn't. So I think the defense was okay on this witness, going after the viciousness of the attack. I think is probably the only angle they could have taken. I don't know how else they would do anything.
Yeah, I think they presumption of innocence is out the door, more or less. So the only defense they have is the insanity plea.
I saw this, a reference to Evil Dead. Yeah. They're coming out with a remake, or actually part 2 of the remake, I think, or something. I love that movie. I loved it since it first came out back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So I wonder, since the defense was asking about the medication, I wonder if Gannon did have a prescription for that particular type of medication. That would be interesting if he did. Somebody else commented up here. I want to find it. For whatever else you want to say about this woman, the viciousness of the attacks, or anything else that they could try to bring a defense to, her insanity or anything like that, her insisting that she needs immunity on those recordings before she says anything to her husband or anything like that, that I think is more than the viciousness of the attack. But that's going to condemn her, in my opinion. She was lucid enough to say, I need immunity before I talk.
Yeah, that is problematic for her defense.
Yeah, this is not going to be a good case for her. Let's see.
Yeah, but I doubt, because it's so rare that an insanity plea works. I remember watching The Casual Criminalist has cases. It's a great YouTube show about a guy who over time went further and further away from reality, and it was testimony throughout how more and more odd he became, and then he attacked a neighbor and ate his face. He got the insanity plea. For him it worked. But that, I think, was 2015, 2016, and I think that's the last case in the US where that plea worked.
Really?
So you have quite a high standard on insanity pleas.
There was a Canadian case. I watched the interrogation of this guy who randomly killed people. He killed a couple, took their car, ditched their car, randomly killed somebody else, and then took that person's car and was eventually arrested. And they were just opposing that with a kid who feigned insanity, you know. And then when people were in the room, he feigned insane. And then when they left, he acted normal and things like that. But this guy in Canada, he just sat there and he admitted full up, yep, I killed them. Why? No reason. Just did. And that was a valid insanity defense, because they're like, this guy, he doesn't see what he did was wrong. He was just all matter of fact about it. And that's when the insanity defense is really appropriate.
Yeah.
Not this woman. Not this woman when she's trying to come up with stories and lie about everything and cover herself and then ask for immunity. That's understanding right from wrong. And I'll pull it up again. I made it smaller, so hopefully it's less intrusive, but I think it's still going to cover our faces. This is Colorado's insanity defense. Is the defendant found not guilty by reason of insanity may avoid prison and instead be committed to a mental health hospital or evaluated as an outpatient. She's not getting outpatient. The defendants are considered insane at the time of the offense if they are either so diseased or defective in mind as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, or suffering from a condition of the mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevents them from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of the crime. So maybe part 2 is what they're going with the dual personality kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, but I understand why the defense is going for it, because that is probably the only chance they have.
Right.
And it's their it's their responsibility to go for it if it is the only option for the defendant. But I doubt it will. I really doubt it will work.
No,
because even when they finally found a psychiatrist of sorts that put this diagnosis on her, they tried multiple.
I think 4 before they found one. I think they went through 3 evaluations, and I don't know if this is the 3rd or they went through a 4th evaluation. But yeah, it took some time.
Yeah, so I highly doubt, because the prosecution can counteract that witness quite easily, I believe. So
yeah, I think so. Again, the state still has to prove that she did it too, though. Now she lied. She lied, or she lied about something. We don't know which story is true, right? She lied about a bunch of stuff, and she didn't confess, as far as I know. And right now, we don't have the DNA. We don't have the bullet evidence. The closest we have that links Gannon to the defendant, Gannon's death, where he was found to the defendant, is a suitcase. The suitcase was identified by the father as being one that he recognized that Gannon got from his aunt. It had something broken on it. It was able to be distinguishable from other suitcases. And other than her being in the care, or him being in her care, and the suitcase, there hasn't been a whole lot of evidence yet presented in court to tie them together. Now, again, this is a very long case, and they have a lot of work, a lot of stuff still left to do, but they still have to do that. They actually have to prove that.
They can't really have too many holes in that timeline of events, because sadly having holes worked in the Zachariah Anderson trial, but I believe this has some proper evidence instead of the Zachariah Anderson case, which had no evidence.
Yeah, there were. Yeah, the holes did not support the inferences being made in the Zachariah Anderson. In this case, we have potential holes, but they more implicate this defendant than anything else. She doesn't admit guilt when she pleads insanity. The state still has the burden of proof to convince this jury beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the one who actually caused Gannon's death. They still have to prove that. And in addition to, they have to prove that she was not insane at the time. So if what happened in this case, the defendant was able to present enough evidence to the court to say, I might be crazy enough that I was insane at the time. And so she was allowed to change her plea. That's what happened at the court level. But there's still, the judge did not make a finding of fact that this defendant actually caused Gannon's death. That's still up for the jury to decide. So that's where we are. Yeah, so, I mean, but it's kind of hard to say I'm not guilty, but if I was insane at the time. So they're not really arguing that. The defense isn't arguing that. They're more saying she's insane, period. So, but that doesn't alleviate the state's burden from having to prove that she actually caused the death. Remember, the defendant can sit there and say nothing. They don't have to give an opening statement, closing argument. They don't have to ask a question of a single witness, and the state still has the burden.
Mm.
Yes, the state still has to prove their case. Yep. Yeah, if this was like a sentencing, sometimes you hear in cases where the defendant has pled guilty, but for sentencing purposes, they have a trial where the jury decides the sentencing. That's a little different. But here, the state still has the burden, and I believe the state even recognized that and stated that in their opening statement, that they have the burden to prove that she did it beyond a reasonable doubt, and that she was sane at the time.
Mm.
So that is what we have. Any thoughts on the coroner and her testimony? I thought it was straightforward.
Yeah, she didn't leave many openings, especially not since the defense added on, more or less, had her, what do you call it? We call it a flowery language, that she was, thanks to the defense, she was able to expand on her testimony.
Yeah, I don't think the defense is concerned about that, though. They want to get out the fact how crazy this was of a murder. How could anybody sane do that without without being crazy? How could anybody do this without being crazy?
Mm.
What I learned about the coroner. Jennifer, what'd you learn about the coroner? Yeah, I mean, it's straightforward. Nothing special. I have no idea what the witnesses are that are coming up next. This was a lot shorter than I thought it was actually going to be. This prosecution is very efficient.
Mm. Yeah, I've seen medical examiners go up and speak for half a day or a full day. So this was done in a bit in an hour, the entirety of it, including cross-examination and questions from the jury.
Yeah, no, that went very fast. Somewhere 12 hours before his death, or in that time frame, he was given medication that could help sedate him. Yeah, the one thing is she didn't go into the levels, and I'm not sure if that is. I'm not sure if that's something that she wasn't able to talk about because of the decomposition. But she didn't go into the levels at all. I thought she would do that a little more, or at least touch on it, because I think that would really go to sort of the planning. If this defendant was able to give him a certain amount that would essentially sedate him, we're just assuming that she's sedating him. It might have been just the smallest amount. And so...
And the defense wounds speaks against him being sedated.
Yeah, they do. They do, and the
really
defense
hard.
isn't going to bring that up. Not the medication part, anyways. That because it goes against their theory. If the more she planned this out in advance, the more she took overt steps, the worse it's going to be for her insanity defense. So that was really on the state to bring that up. Yeah, Harley will be interesting. I don't know if she's going to testify. I have no idea. She's on the witness list, though. Again, A small dose of cough syrup, even if it's prescribed, I don't think is going to like sedate him like everyone's talking. Although he did look drugged, that's true. He did look drugged on that video camera where he looked slow moving. We watched neighbor's ring camera, and Gannon seemed to be moving towards the vehicle very slow and kind of sluggishly, and looked like maybe he was in pain or perhaps drugged of some sort. That's the last time anyone seen Gannon on anything, and that was a little after 10 a.m. on the 27th in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I put that one up. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know, but we're all speculating here because there was absolutely no testimony as to the level, so we have no idea. All we know is that it was in his system, and if he has a prescription for it or someone has a prescription for it, he's probably just going to explain that away.
Yeah, but I'm keep going back to the defensive wound and how it seems like he was trying to get away.
Especially the defensive wounds on the hand and the stab in the back.
Yeah. And speculatively, we are talking about 30 seconds to a minute in total time, and that's a long time. 30 seconds to a minute is longer than you think. And the fear that that kid must have felt, it's unimaginable.
Yeah, it really is. And someone else had brought it up too. This is someone that he was in the care of, someone that he's trusted and felt safe around, or at least to some extent, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a minute, 30 seconds. If I stayed silent this video for a minute or 30 seconds, it feels like an eternity.
Yeah, if you stay silent on the stream for 1 minute, you lose half the watchers.
Yeah. I noticed every time I pull down the stream and just pop my face up there, I lose some watchers. Like, oh, court's on break, I'm leaving. That's all right. We'll be back up and running shortly. Let's see here. Oh, not yet. A couple of minutes, they say. Codeine is normally what you'd get. Yeah, they didn't say it was codeine though. Hydrocortisone. Is that? No. Isn't that Neosporin? What did they say they got? I wrote it down. Pseudometaphine and hydrocodone. Yeah. The hydrocodone is pretty strong. He did not feel safe in that video. You're right. That video was hard. Although he's being disciplined, I don't know. You can't see anything in that video. And apparently she put it on Facebook. It was really weird. I don't know why she would have put that video on Facebook. Have you seen that video, Nicholas?
No, I haven't.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick while we're waiting. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, it's like 40-some seconds long, and she posted it on Facebook. Is this it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, let me pull it up real quick.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? He did it. Okay, we promise. We promise. On purpose. Pinky promise. Pinky. Okay, all right. So listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it?
She posted that online. This was supposedly after he had knocked over the candle and burnt the carpet, and she was.
All rise for the jury, please.
It's just kind of sad to hear. Yeah, he did not sound safe there.
Yeah, but then I've seen lots of strange videos parents show of their kids. What was it, 5 or 6 years ago? That dad who shot the laptop with the
Oh yeah,
shotgun.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will teach you a lesson. Yeah, let's destroy $500 worth of laptop.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's a great idea.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stauch.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I will invite you that you're still
They're calling
under
the
oath.
father back to the stand.
Wow. Okay, that's weird. Have recalls before. Okay.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor. I don't know if there was something. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today?
Morning.
When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We saw some of the photos in the garage of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger.
Your index finger?
My index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019, around that time frame.
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone, some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir. Directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all of the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took 1 or 2 of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area. So only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No weapons.
Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stauch's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
They asked to do this on another
All
witness.
right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We're just checking in the hallway to see if she's out here yet. Judge.
Okay.
There was another witness they brought up for a hot minute. I can't remember if it was the lead detective or an investigator. And they said, we're going to ask him a few questions and then he's going to be on and off the stand for the rest of the trial. Just
okay.
Kind of weird. But okay. Court's allowing it.
All right, at this time, we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right.
Yeah, but that goes to premeditation.
If you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spanned from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
It certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources nationwide, and it's sometimes a little less complex for the FBI to arrange resources in other states than, say, it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office locally.
When you said that you were the lead agent, what does that mean for the FBI to have a lead agent on a case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one time?
I think that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication.
I think this is better.
In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in the scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we receiving the communications of the person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're also intercepting communications of other people that would be in contact with that person. So in order to get a wiretap, it's a pretty lengthy process. We have to show.
I feel like he's overselling it. I feel like they give them out more like candy.
Of all other techniques that could be used in investigation, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done location on cell phones. We had done physical surveillance. We had conducted interviews. And we have to demonstrate not only to the court that this is a necessary technique and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we also have to show that all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that the privacy of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap, we have a set of instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We'd have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect the information that you're gathering so that it's really only case-specific information as opposed to extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in other types of phone calls?
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process of you being involved in
more crazy
obtaining
recordings of
wiretap
this defendant?
authorization from a court, in your knowledge of the case, was it apparent that this particular defendant was switching the way that the person was communicating, meaning phone numbers or devices, that type of thing.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone seized by law enforcement shortly after she reported Gannon to be missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist. It certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well?
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant, and we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
And then we had Mr. Stauch on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is that an intentional act by somebody that is being investigated?
Those applications don't self-install on a phone. Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
The person that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, that's that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
The last officer that testified on Friday too said
how did
he
you
confronted her and
familiar
she
with-
ran through
with
the parking
defendant's
lot away
voice?
from him.
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
She was running to look for immunity. Yeah. They showed up with a search warrant for her car and her phone. She started running.
688, it's a disc. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disc and I initialed the disc.
What does the disc contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it
Thank you,
indicate any
Junior.
time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
Don't forget to hit that like button.
File that this disc contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
I see 38 likes. So
She's, I think,
Juni Bjorns might be
689, do you recognize this
have
disc?
been watching
I do.
from the
Do
beginning.
you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
is this file on this disk is a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 690, do you recognize this disk?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disk.
And what does this disk contain?
This contains a recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disk, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 691, do you recognize this disk?
It's really quiet. Let
I
me
do.
Pump up the volume.
I've also initialed this disk.
What does this disk contain?
A recorded wiretap call at on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47 in the afternoon.
Does it actually say 1447?
It does.
And that's 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
Is this file on this disk is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time I've moved for admission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
No objection.
Your Honor, subject to the section I added in the prior hearing.
Council approach, please.
No, there is an objection.
And sidebar.
Yeah. Oh, I hit my watch hours.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
subject to the objection.
Yeah, I just need the subscriptions now.
The exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
Should be fun.
How can I help? Yes, I didn't get any confirmation about my test I paid for.
And so just for reference sake, before we get too deep into the phone call.
This is her fake polygraph
Sounds like there's
test
two
you wanted.
voices.
That's correct.
Do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes.
And whose voice is that?
That's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Angela.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here. Yes. Keisha, last name is Stauch, Stauch. Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look. Okay, yeah, perfect. I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that as yet? Have what now? We have already sent the results to your email account. I don't have them. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up. There, you can hear ringing. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
That's correct.
Were you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling?
Objection, foundation would be.
Mr. Allen.
I can lay some foundation, Judge. When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed, or a place that the originator is dialing, would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
That's what I thought this was.
And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fakepolygraph.com webpage.
That's correct.
Okay, let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689, Judge.
You may go ahead.
I have the questions that she wanted, and she's like, "Did you have anything to do with the disappearance?"
Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I'm saying, can you check the email? Because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment.
They eventually don't submit the fake polygraph because she's trying to cover up a crime, and they say that's
TECIALYNN2006
Okay, cool. So you said like 10 or 15 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes.
What was that email address?
It was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the defendant.
Okay, and that's what sounds like an English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 690, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
I believe she gets mad when they don't refund her the money after they refuse to issue her the fake polygraph.
Oh,
can I help?
My heart beats.
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
It's last name Stauch, S-T-A.
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
You just talked 10, 15 minutes, and you said it again. I still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the content of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Okay, so do I get my money back?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, so that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
So what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and keep money?
Yes, we would do indeed.
I got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now. Bye-bye.
Normally, these fake everything sites are regarding
In that
infidelity
particular
and
call,
stuff. They don't do
is
murder
it
cases.
essentially being communicated?
Yeah,
that
they're not going to try to
a
cover up a murder.
Polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with the illegal activity?
Is leading and further the jury has heard the phone call their own determination.
Sustained on second grounds, the jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Yeah, she didn't actually take a test. The idea is that she would submit proposed questions, and they would send her back something that looked like she took a test and answered those three questions truthfully. And one was,
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, did it hang up?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay. I talked to you earlier, and you said that the request I did was blocked or something, but I looked on the terms and conditions, and it says you can say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that was blocked.
Say that again, sorry, that you can or can't.
No, okay, so I did a report earlier, and you said you would send it to me. Then when I called back, you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report. But then I clicked the terms and conditions, and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff like that.
Yes, infidelity you can, correct.
Right, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
Was it?
What did you say?
Did I have anything to do with
So
Gannon's death?
you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it, and you had to put like answers, and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes. So what were your questions?
So it was about during the time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to, and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
These are the ones.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure in that case. Unfortunately, that's not what came through.
So she's lying about the question she asked, even.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there then.
Because I read that you can do this.
Obviously, they would have the questions you submitted.
Yeah, it says on it that you can do that.
Yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted for your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't submit questions that were not to do with infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again, what was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
Uh-huh. And that's your surname, is it? Your last name?
Yes.
Okay. And first name is?
Tecia.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. All righty. Well, let me have a look into that and I can come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843. 798.
Uh-huh.
1700.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I think she's trying to hide or try to get covered up or distance herself from the question she actually
Special
did
Agent
submit.
Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation, that's
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
Sure, I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
She was saying that she had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to purport her innocence and that she had nothing to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Passed a polygraph as it relates to what?
Whether she had anything to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cellini.
I don't have any questions for Agent Cohen at this point.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for
Let's hope there's a jury question.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Are those questions not submitted into evidence yet?
No, that was
We
part of an
call
affidavit
Christina
that was
Cervantes.
filed in the court earlier.
Last name again?
Cervantes.
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez, I believe.
Yeah, they were filed with the court as part of an affidavit. I can't remember if it was in the charging documents or not, but those are the questions that she submitted supposedly. And then for her to lie and say, no, they were about infidelity.
Sorry, I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
The defendant's sitting there like a child being
Mr.
scolded.
Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Christina. Last name Cer. V as in Victor, A-N as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Z as in zebra.
Do you need a glass of water?
Yes, please.
There's a water pitcher there.
And be careful when you unscrew the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think.
Well, wrong one. This one. No, I keep hearing, too many messages pop up. This is the one.
It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is crime lab specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay.
Witness sound nervous?
Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the sheriff's office?
That is correct.
In that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes.
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stauch / Letecia Stauch investigation?
Yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stauch.
Okay. So just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letecia Stauch?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letecia Stauch's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay. So what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay. So you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her.
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant?
Correct.
The voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
This is a pattern of the defendant. She impersonated her daughter with the neighbor when she first met the neighbor, exchanging clothing. And there was no reason for it. It was just, hey, I got some extra clothing, I'll drop it off. And then she impersonated her daughter.
What's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280.
Commissioner Board,
On the exhibit?
yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area.
Miss Stauch or her daughter?
Mrs. Stauch.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No.
So you don't have a foundation as what her daughter's voice sounded like?
No.
And how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers?
No, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled.
That was good, Valdir.
I think it
That was
goes to weight,
appropriate.
not admissibility.
I like that.
You can
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay.
The
So
one
I admit
sign of
for
life
admit,
from
and I
the
think you
defense.
just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay. And then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
So that first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stauch.
the defendant.
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's okay. Sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't, there's 4 of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in a car. So my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates and stuff that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how can I get the book bag? And I need my MacBook for school. Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. And do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it? Or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number? All right. 2020 dash 1382.
All right. Let's take a look here.
She does think herself really smart, I think, which again goes against her insanity defense. Just everything she does.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook.
I've watched a few of Haley's TikToks, and I don't know if it's her or the defendant.
Yeah, there's like there's a one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it.
Okay. Let's see here.
Like, I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant. And
Okay. And you said your name was Carly Hunt, is that correct?
Harley Hunt.
Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
She was not a flight attendant. She supposedly went to go train. She told her husband, but the training lasted like a weekend, and there's no indication that she actually did any training. Yeah, Letecia is the one. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, very weird. I imagine maybe that paperwork wasn't in there. She wanted to get her hands on something else. It's just everything is crazy with this woman. Everything that comes out of her mouth.
I don't think compulsory liar is an insanity defense.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, I see. Yeah, the flight attendant. Remember, all lies have to be supported by some truths for them to be believable. Although they could definitely catch you in more lies.
Yeah. The hardest thing with being a liar is remembering all the lies.
Right. A lot of downtime here. Yeah, some people. It sounds like this woman, though, should have been well practiced at it. She lies a lot, just about anything. Yeah, the daughter worked at Massage Envy. Yep, the defendant's not even looking at anybody. The face is covered. It's kind of a bad position. That computer monitor is blocking it. Her face today.
Okay, Harley? Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520-72. Okay. 91. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you when the caller requesting the information back, I guess, relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I thought found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
No question.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
All right. Short and sweet.
Called Detective Michael Bauman.
I didn't catch that last name. New witness.
Stu Bauman.
Bauman?
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman.
Detective, who are you employed by?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrite is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine, basically, and get an idea of what it's doing. So
tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will, you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Celebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? And so, you know, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and
The defendant looks bored as well. She's over there yawning.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction, the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. Now that was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things, or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working in hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use the Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, no. Currently, I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay. Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about. I was a digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you
Wonder what
pay
lies
attention
going to be
to make
revealed
sure
from her
that
cell phone?
the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily, the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone. That's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that an unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this case?
Yes, sir.
Or may I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
The hardest thing I've ever done is try to pay attention to this trial while I'm still writing a brief on a summary motion.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the Celebrite download, do you get the IMEI number? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to obtain phone number associated with a particular phone when you do the Celebrite?
Depends.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one, if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
May he refresh his memory with his report?
You may, go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it up there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
So he's not going to be able to read from it. It's not going to be admissible, his report. This is just to refresh his
And
memory.
so
if
that
a
the
witness
record's
came
clear,
in.
you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yep.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papaw glasses.
A lot of times witnesses will try to keep the report in front of them and essentially just read off of it. And so the defense should be wary of that.
Yes, sir. I believe I had that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-655-740.
Okay. 843-655-7460. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, he's reading from it, but I'm wondering.
When you do an examination on a phone with this Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
Thank you.
I was going to say, I wonder if that's the phone number that the principal testified was her, was the number for Connie.
I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
Application.
Okay. And then did you in fact perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense?
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
Right. The objection's overruled. The exhibit
222
will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may, go ahead.
These data packets that they get from these Cellbrites are
Yes, sir.
thousands of pages long, by the way.
Outstanding. Thank
So
you.
they're going to be pulling out like a couple of pages and maybe introducing it, and that'll be about it. But I've gone through these things. And
Have
I've
you
been
had a
on
chance to look
Finder.
over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again, a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by chance a phone that was seized in South Carolina from the defendant?
Yeah, that was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier, on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you were able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor.
May, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, we spend a lot of hours looking for that needle in a haystack. At least I do in these litigations. We go through everything, read every word. It's tedious sometimes. The trial is in Colorado, actually.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can
The
see it
body was
further
found
away
in
like
Florida,
that.
and the
Sorry.
defendant.
Your arms aren't quite long enough anymore?
No, sir, they've gotten shorter, I think.
And I think the last witness we had, she currently works in Texas.
Okay.
At the time, she worked in Colorado.
The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700, 1700.
Okay. Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you did, or didn't?
Yeah, I did. That was a
Okay.
matter, yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were, we'll say that. So,
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's so many. And then where Gannon's body was found is actually a county that
Actually,
jurisdictions between
looks like I
states.
didn't actually note on this one that
that's
any
messed up.
damage, which would indicate to me there probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note it in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Celebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's same objection. Overruled. Exhibit 224 will be admitted.
Okay.
I didn't get what their objection was. You said subject to a motion, so I don't know what they had pending on that. Something I would assume was preserved.
For these
a
particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that kind of looked through things. I don't recall that there was anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini.
Detective, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Cellbrite, and the Cellbrite basically takes everything off of it it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software, which actually pulls the information, and then the physical analyzer software is a second piece of software that actually goes through that information and turns it into something that people can read. And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Cellbrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search.
Correct, because Cellbrite doesn't It would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car
Yeah.
and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Celebrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things, if that makes any sense.
So, I mean, the Cellbrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally, it possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your phone at some point, you'd say you're, all the way back to, whenever Android started, say, so yeah, that's how that would work. So,
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
absolutely.
Redirect.
Okay.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Baumer? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Prosecution,
I'd like the jury
comments, witness, please.
Yes, Sergeant Kurt Smith.
It's one right after the other, right after the other. Very efficient prosecution.
Yeah, I'm building a timeline of events meanwhile that they then can use in a closing argument.
They're not boring witness or
Sergeant
the
Smith, if
jury
you would
with
step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
long-winded foundational
Do you
stuff.
swear from the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
This whole past witness was just foundational, but it wasn't prolonged any longer than necessary.
You all situated? Yes, sir. Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, Kurtsmith, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What is your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies. I currently oversee 7 detectives who lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what do you do? And is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the Sheriff's Office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stauch and him being missing?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
you know
How
Gannon's
did you get
dead,
involved in that investigation?
so it's up to you if you want to listen
I was
to that
assigned to do
testimony
several
again.
tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or two at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform a Celebrite extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that Celebrite extraction?
In 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to operate the Celebrite equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept, but describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get a charge. You would plug the phone into the Celebrite machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do, and basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrite software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats that I burn to a disk and I place into evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 227?
You may.
If you would look at people's 227 and let them know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
I don't think I get the reference.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-ray contains the Celebrate report for the phone that I did.
Do you know which particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
He's reading off the evidence label, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What does it specifically say? If you could just read it.
It says Blu-ray containing Celebrate report from kid's phone, iPhone 6.
Okay. Does that just then contain the Celebrite of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrite download on?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disk and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this particular disk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
I mean, even when you
Cross-examination,
explain
Mr.
the
Flynn.
joke, I have no idea.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? No? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Judge, if we may approach.
You may.
Nice. I ran out of categories for witnesses.
Oh, do you want to go?
Through
I
them
was
so
going to do that.
fast.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, conference at the Mound again. I don't get the reference. Fears for tears or tears for fears?
80s band.
Must.
They were huge.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised. But we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use, but what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early. So we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock, and we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, my alarm goes off at 4:30 in the morning, and then it's a full week of work. So I might be joining you for the morning sessions a few of the days, but I'm not sure.
Sure, no worries. Yeah, and I split these up, by the way. So if this is done for the day for the lunch, then I have another one that starts at 3:30 my time, or sorry, 3 o'clock my time, another stream. So yeah, whenever you want to join me, it's it's an interesting trial.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
There you are.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Everyone's back at 1 o'clock their time, which is 3 o'clock my time. Let me pull up some comments, see if anyone has any.
And that would be 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah, 9 p.m. your time. Yeah, that's it's a bit rough. The prosecution is making a good case. I still don't see a whole lot of tying the defendant to the actual murder, but
they're doing a lot of foundation, so I'm guessing the heavy stuff will be brought on later on.
Yeah, when they had the foundation witness, and this is all appropriate, by the way. In order to admit evidence, you have to establish the foundation that the evidence is what you're purporting it to be. So they have to call these two guys to say, yes, I received the phone, I extracted the data from the phone, and this is the data that I extracted. They didn't analyze it, so then we got to go to the next witness and say, all right, I analyzed the data, and now this is what it is. And so it's just incremental steps all the way through, and this is exactly how trials are supposed to go. And it's very sometimes tedious, but it's moving along and it's coherent. Most important, this is a coherent trial.
I think this is very educational for the chat and those who are watching to see this is how a trial is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Foundation evidence, foundation evidence, foundation evidence. Not a prosecutor trying to narrate something that isn't in evidence.
Right. Yeah. And you listen, there's very few leading questions from the prosecution. If they are leading questions, they're usually foundational, which is just, when I say foundational, it's to, if he says, you're the lead detective on this case, right? It's not anything that has to do with proving a fact essential for the element. It's just establishing a foundation for the testimony that's coming next. And so it's very good prosecution. And like somebody said, maybe it was you, Nicholas, or somebody else, that when you don't have a shitty case, you can present essentially a nice, proper prosecution case in chief.
Yeah, proper timeline, easy, coherent, easy to understand. Okay, here we are going over here. Yeah, it's a it might be boring for people who are expecting drama, but this is how it's supposed to be.
Right, exactly. The only thing I'm disappointed in this case is the defense. I feel like they could go stronger. Now, there is a saying in the practice that you don't ask that one too many questions. Like if you're building up to a presumption with a witness by asking them questions leading up to this presumption. If you ask that last question, then they might say no and offer you an explanation. And so you don't necessarily ask that last question. But like, for example, when they were talking to the gentleman who found the suitcase and leading to the presumption that somebody else could have had access because there's marinas around, there's a waterway that's navigable. He didn't ask that final question. Is it possible that someone else, or is it possible that, someone besides the defendant could have put the suitcase here? And so maybe he was concerned about that. But I just feel like with all these witnesses, they're, instead of just not asking that last question, they're not asking like the last three questions they could be asking.
We don't know what's in the depositions either. If they ask the wrong question, they might be having an issue with the depositions coming in with additionals. So
there could be. And again, we are not privy at all to the information that they have. And so they might have something in their report, and that's why they're not asking it.
Sweden has increased the penalties for cannabis of personal use. Now it's a mandatory 6 months in prison. This proposition is a mandatory 6 months in prison.
For how much?
Personal use. Not
Really?
defined. Not defined.
So if you have marijuana in the amount that's conceived for personal use, so a roach,
it can be. It's worse. If you have a proper amount in your system, you can be charged. So we are going
even in your system.
Even in your system, you can be charged for it. So we are going in the opposite direction of the rest of the world here.
That's crazy. Yes, I am going to be shutting down this stream and starting the other one at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to take off, you can take off.
Yeah.
Awful law. I'm hoping he fires his attorney on his next case against his ex-girlfriend and represents himself again. That would be great. stream.
The Brooks case, yeah, that will be interesting.
You're avoiding Sweden?
Yep. If you are in Europe and go to Holland and then go to Sweden and you get tested and you still have something in your system, they might either charge you or throw you out. In that case, your visa might get expired for traveling within the European Union.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah.
I know there was, I had someone from Denmark in my chat at one point. I don't know if they're here today. I wonder, is it legal in Denmark?
It's not legal, but they don't prosecute very often.
Okay.
So it's acceptable, but still illegal. I think the term is.
Yeah, they're heading in the same direction. Oh, what I was saying when I got cut off on your stream yesterday is that the federal government has decided that they're not going to prosecute marijuana offenses really, unless they're trafficking big amount. But if you're just using it for personal use, they're not going to prosecute. So that's how we don't necessarily have to worry about the federal supremacy clause issue.
And if you're planning on going to Sweden, wait 5 years, because we are generally 5 years behind the rest of the world. For instance, we now have an increased Trumpist movement of sorts, 5 years after the United States.
You have an increased what? What is it? Trumpist?
Trumpist movement of people, acting in that manner, so to speak.
I see.
But without the charisma.
Calling a thing, I just dropped the link for the next video in the chat, so you should be able to grab that. Soviet Union rules on cannabis?
No, we have more or less Islamic State sort of rule on cannabis. We are headed in that direction.
Islamic rule? I like that. So Broken Baker, I think you're the one that's from Denmark. It's okay to personal use 5 grams. Interesting. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you very much for joining me, everybody, including Nicholas. We will be starting again. I'm going to get something to eat, and we'll be starting again in about an hour and 13 minutes. So I will see you all on that stream, and we'll see where this case takes us. All right. Take care.
Yep. Have fun.
All right. Welcome back. Had some internet issues, so none of the normal little fanfare. We're going to get right into it. Wasn't able to start early enough. By the way, I wanted to thank Nicholas for coming on this morning, and I did in the description below. So please check out his channel. He has a lot of.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have your witness?
Yes, we do.
Would be a good
Okay.
question.
All right. Then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Hopefully everyone can hear me. Everything gets screwed up when the internet goes down. All right. We're good. Let's do this. Then I can block a little logo and see everybody clear. I'm not sure if it's easier to see the defendant on the smaller screen or the bigger screen because it's so blurred when they zoom in. The jury is coming in. I don't remember who they said was their next witness, if they said it all.
All rise for the jury, please.
Somebody keeps clearing their throat in the microphone.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon. We would call Detective Christina Perry.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this
Welcome
matter
back,
will be the truth,
everybody.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Detective Christina
Mr.
Perry.
Young.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Detective Christina Perry, Perry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 9 years.
And what are your current duties?
I'm still a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under the Special Victims Unit.
And what is a Special Victims Unit?
Typically, we do cases involving children, cases involving at-risk adults, and sex crimes.
How about in January of 2020, where were you assigned within the Sheriff's Office?
I was with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role back then?
I'm sorry, as far as...
You had a lot of roles, right?
Yeah.
Is that why it was tough to answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about the investigation kind of as a whole. Was there a group of detectives working together, sharing information, following leads in the search in the hopes of finding Gannon Stauch?
This is
Yes, sir. Due to
appropriate
the size of this
leading.
investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck.
leading.
We were all involved in assisting with this investigation.
Back on January 28th
This
of
is El
2020,
Paso, Colorado.
were you assigned to look into some social media pages regarding the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What was that all about?
So I was trying to kind of gather more information because we were at an early point in the investigation, kind of just trying to figure out any little lead that we could go off of. And I found a variety of different search groups that were titled things like Gannon Stauch Search Party, Where's Gannon Stauch? And so it's kind of a variety of different groups. So I started using a undercover Facebook profile that is used solely for investigative purposes to get into those groups to see if there's anybody that was posting messages about what was going on or if there was any intel that we could gather by following those groups.
So would you routinely look at those different pages to see if there's any investigatory leads?
Yes,
those kind of
sir.
things? Okay. Back on January 28th of 2020, were you, along with Detective Bethel, in the process of interviewing Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
I believe so, yes.
And were you present during the first interview at the police department with Al Stauch?
I was present, however, I believe that was the time that I was working on the Facebook groups, so I was not necessarily watching the entire interview.
Were you present when Mr. Stauch called in and said, "Hey, I got some additional information to give you"?
Yes, sir.
And what was that additional information? Do you recall?
I know the interaction was Detective Bethel was on the phone with Mr. Stauch, and he had had some additional information about Ms. Stauch's Tiguan not being at the residence.
Did he indicate to you that he went to French Elementary School and didn't see the car there, and that was troublesome because Ms. Stauch had told him that's where the Tiguan was at?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And what did that cause you to do as a result of getting that information?
So myself and Sergeant Kurt Smith went to look at the surrounding schools, to include French Elementary, to see if we were able to locate her Tiguan.
And do you remember about what time of night that would have happened at?
I believe it was about 7:30, a little bit after.
If your report indicates that you went to Mesa Ridge High School at 7:37 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that the first area you went to go look for the Tiguan at?
This is
I
the
believe so,
defendant's
yes.
vehicle they're talking about.
And did you and Sergeant Smith go to the Colorado Springs Airport to look for the Tiguan?
We did not. I went with Detective Marissa Williams.
Okay, so you and Detective Williams went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to look for the Tiguan at the airport?
I do not recall.
Would it have been after 7:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go to the airport to look for the Tiguan?
So we knew that she had obtained a rental car, which we were notified by Mr. Stauch. So we thought that most people get their rental cars from the airport. So we thought we would go and kind of trace the steps, see if we were able to locate the Tiguan at the airport.
And where did you look at the airport, within the airport, looking for this vehicle?
So we had checked the short-term lots as well as the long-term lot, I believe.
Did you go to the rental car return area as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate this black Tiguan that Ms. Stauch was driving?
No, sir.
Did you later learn as to when that Tiguan had left the airport?
I did. I do not recall what time it was right now, though.
Were you involved in the search of the Tiguan?
I was not.
Okay, we'll cover that with someone else then.
I thought you just said she was.
Were you asked to go to the residence to pick up some additional witnesses, i.e. Gannon Stauch's sister, Letecia Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Tell the jury about that.
So we wanted to conduct a forensic interview with Letecia Stauch, and so I was requested to come and with Detective Williams or transport Lena to the office of the sheriff for that interview.
And did you do that?
We got there, and Detective Williams ended up driving her herself while I stayed to assist with the search of the residence.
Did you also come into contact with an individual by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who Harley Hunt is?
Yes, my understanding is that Harley Hunt was Miss Stauch's daughter.
And did you or anyone else attempt to interview Harley Hunt on January 28, 2020, when you went back to the residence?
Yes, sir. When I was there, Detective Arndt had advised me that she had tried to speak with Harley, and Harley had refused to respond to the office for an interview and refused to give any information.
And while you're there at the residence, do you remember about what time you got back there?
I would have to reference my report.
If your report says 10 p.m., would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So 10 p.m. on January 28, 2020, you're at 6627 Mandan.
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? Do you recall to conduct the search?
I know there was Detective Farrell, Detective Arndt, and Detective V. Hill were also present.
And what was your role in that part of the search?
So I performed scribe duties. And scribe duties is I record all evidence that's collected and assist with putting it into packaging to be transported to our evidence facility.
And so could you explain that process to the jury? Do other detectives collect the evidence, give it to you, you bag and tag it, so to speak?
Yes, sir. So when you perform scribe duties, it's like a carbon copy piece of paper, and every item that another detective finds during the search, they would bring me. I would package it in an envelope and collect it all in one place, and then I was responsible for transporting it to the evidence facility when it would later be processed into evidence and completely sealed and everything.
They might
And
be
approximately how long were you
really
there, do you
curious to see
recall?
what Harley has to say.
No, several hours.
And did you have further contact with Harley Hunt at that time?
While I was waiting for other detectives, I spoke with her kind of about various topics. She had notified me about her career aspirations and about kind of different various things. But if I would mention anything involving her brother, she would refuse to talk to me.
Was that unusual to you?
It seemed odd, yes.
Was she otherwise pretty talkative when she didn't talk about the reason why you're at the house searching?
Yes, sir.
And did you note the things that you actually bagged and later submitted into the evidence locker?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, can you tell the jury those items and I can help you refresh?
Yeah, I have a copy of my report if I can reference.
If you could turn to, it would be page date stamp 10075, 5 of 6 of your
Just on the little
report.
horse.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Here are the items that you bagged and later submitted into evidence.
Okay. We collected a burned carpet square found in the trash can located in the backyard of the house. And this was found by Detective Farrell. a candle that appeared to have carpet fibers, a sock, and other items melted into the wax. This was found in a different trash can located in the back of the house by Detective Farrell.
I'm going to object as the hearsay that where the stuff was found and who found it would have been related by somebody else.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, and it goes to the chain of custody. Detective Farrell is going to be testifying next, and he's going to cover these items. But since she's the one that actually put them in envelopes and sealed them, I've got to be able to cover it with her.
Overruled.
I think you're on number 3 there.
Yes, number 3 was swabs from a black and white Nike woman's right shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the
believe she's
garage
about
by
20.
Detective Farrell.
She was 17 at the time.
Swabs from a black and white woman's left shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located in the basement hallway outside of Gannon's room, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located inside Gannon's room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Pete Vigil. Additional swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil. Swabs of the exterior side of Gannon's door in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil.
So you noted who collected those items. Would those detectives physically hand those items over to you for you to seal them in an envelope?
Correct. I would place them into an envelope and we would close it but not completely seal it until it was later processed
I
at
think
the
the
evidence
defense thought
facility.
he needed to
And
object
did you
to
later
something.
process those
Like he's
items at
doing
the evidence
something.
facility?
Yes, sir.
And did you seal them with tape?
Correct.
And is that so when the items would go to the lab for testing, they would be sealed until someone from the lab opened them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I have no idea when Harley's going to testify.
You turn
or
your
if it's even
attention
going
now
to.
to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the El Paso County Sheriff's Police Department here, right downtown?
Sheriff's office, yes, sir.
Is that on Vermajo and Tejon, just across the street?
Yes, sir.
Were you there waiting for Miss Stauch, the defendant, to show up for an interview?
Yes, sir.
And did she show up?
Ooh.
No, sir.
Oh.
Did she show up late?
Thought we were going to get.
I believe
police
she showed up
interrogation
later
video.
after I had already left.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go out to look at the vehicle that she arrived in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of vehicle did she arrive in?
In her VW Tiguan.
And is this the same VW Tiguan that you were looking for the night before?
Yes, sir.
You had a description of it, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have photos of it?
Yes.
Did you recognize it? Where did you see it on the 29th when Miss Stauch came down to the Sheriff's Department?
She was parked inside the El Paso County Sheriff's Office parking facility that is located off of Castilla. And it was parked, I believe, on the 3rd floor when we located it.
And what was its condition when you saw it?
It appeared to be freshly washed. There was still water droplets all over the outside of it.
How do you know it was freshly washed?
It was a otherwise dry day. It wasn't raining. And so the presence of water on the entire exterior was unusual.
And was Detective
Did you use
Farrell with you
Clorox
at that
wipes in the
point?
interior?
I believe so, yes.
And did he take pictures of the vehicle?
I believe so.
And did you later assist in obtaining a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
That's when Letecia went a running.
Based on what Ms. Stauch had to say in her interview, did you help obtain another warrant to search the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, did that house go back and be searched on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in that at all?
I believe that one was just the Metro Crime Lab.
You're thinking, at what point does she give up on her schemes and plans?
Did you
When
also
she
have an
realize she's
opportunity to
caught?
do what's called a canvass of various dumpsters in the university shopping center?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the university shopping center to do that?
So we had received information that Miss Stauch was seen at the Petco located at University Village on 2 occasions that day.
This would have been what day? Do you recall?
Definitely not even today,
I believe
right?
the 28th. But
If your report indicates that
I'm
it's
sorry,
January.
27th. There we go, sorry.
So January 27th, 2020, you had information that Ms. Stauch was at this shopping center?
Yes, sir.
And so what is a canvas of dumpsters? What does that mean?
So kind of looking for something out of place, perhaps something that would have been at the home that was removed from the home prior to our search, such as a suitcase or bedding or something along those lines.
Okay. Were you able to find anything in looking in those dumpsters and things?
No, sir.
And do you know how many times Ms. Stauch went to that particular shopping area that day?
I believe it was 2 times.
And we're going to look at some surveillance video from some neighbor's house later on this afternoon. Does that coincide with some of the times that we see Ms. Stauch leaving her residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Jamie.
I'm going to take you to January 31st of 2020 now.
Hi.
Did you receive some information that Ms. Stauch may had rented another vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that information, and can you share that with the jury?
I'd have to reference my report to remember the model of that vehicle.
Sure. We can go to page, it's Bates stamp 01200. It would be page 3 of 3 of your report dated January 31st, 2020.
I apologize. I do not have that report with me.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
What'd you think of the morning testimony,
You can
Jamie?
read that top paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your
I
memory?
missed a little bit of it because I had to run some errands.
Car that,
I'm on my way back now. I'm trying to listen in the car.
Yes, sir. I had been advised by Detective Farrell that she had rented a Nissan Altima.
And did you later learn that it was actually her aunt who had rented that vehicle?
I don't think I had been made aware of that.
Did you do anything to obtain a GPS or a warrant to put a GPS device on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Same with me.
And why did
Last
you do
time I
that?
rented, I got a Mustang.
So due to kind of the ongoing issues we'd been having with knowing her Miss Stauch's location, because she kept telling us she was on her way and then she wouldn't be, and everything going on, we were afraid there was a chance of her fleeing. She had a lot of family out of state, so we were concerned that she may try to return out of state, and so we decided to get a tracking warrant to be aware of her location.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not a tracking unit was placed on that vehicle?
It was.
Did you also have information with regards to some financial transactions that were taking place, Stauch and Harley Hunt and their various bank accounts?
Yes, sir. We were made aware that a large amount of money had been transferred into Miss Stauch's account, I believe from Harley's account.
And would that have been $2,600?
Yes, sir.
And was that concerning to the fact they may be leaving the area due to that transaction?
Yes, sir. That kind of corroborated our thought of she'd be moving this money so that she was able to flee the state.
More and more they talk about Harley.
And did you know where
less innocent
Ms.
she
Stauch is
appears to
from?
be in all this.
South Carolina.
And now I want to turn your attention to February 1st of 2020. Have you still been continuing watching these social media groups regarding Gannon Stauch and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you at one point look into a group that called Support T Stauch or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
And was that on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual in those postings during this time period?
If I recall, that was the account that there was a family member of Miss Stauch posting on that page.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you learn of a photograph that was taken of Gannon Stauch while he was in bed during the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did that cause you to look for anything based on those photographs?
Yes, sir. We had observed that the photograph with Gannon had a specific set of bedding in it that was not located during any of the previous search warrants at the residence.
At this time, I'd request to publish Exhibit 20 that's already been admitted in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Judge.
She never explained the bedding, did she?
Okay, behind you and to my left is People's Exhibit 20. Is that the photograph you're talking about that you learned was taken on the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what is it in this photograph? What items are you looking for at this point?
So the red blanket with the snowflakes on it had not been located, as well as the sheet that is up above him, not the one that's on the bed, but it's blue and I believe it has airplanes on it.
Okay.
Or anchors, I'm sorry.
Anchors?
Yes.
And what about the pillow? Was the pillow ever recovered or ever found?
No, sir.
And so what did you do? We can take that down now, thanks. But what did you do to look for these items and where did you go?
So we looked at a couple different locations. The primary one being we went to the El Paso County Transfer Station, known as the dump. And we had the staff locate the area of trash that had been collected around the time frame of the 27th. And they had told us where those items were, and we conducted a search of all of the trash and garbage, attempting to locate that bedding.
And would this be the landfill or, as you
Yes,
said,
sir.
the dump?
Yes, sir.
And did you search in the areas where that neighborhood, that trash would go to?
Yes, sir. They had located where that area had been dumped, and we were able to identify mail from different addresses on Mandan and Intrepid and in that area.
And did you find anything related to 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
Are we done?
I'm going to jump to February 4th now of 2020. Were you also assigned to review various surveillance videos from residents?
Yes, sir.
And would these be like ring video or doorbell videos, those type of things?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to start out with video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir.
And did you review all the video from that particular address?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, are some of these videos different? Are some of them motion activated and some of them 24/7?
Yes, sir. There's different types of video surveillances. Some of them are set by the user that is able to only alert when there's motion within a certain distance, and they're able to adjust it. So they may only turn on if somebody approaches the front door, whereas others record constantly.
I'd be curious.
And the
if
one we're
there's
going to
other
talk about,
videos
6643
than the ones we've
Mandan,
just seen in the media.
does that record constantly?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and watch hours and hours of surveillance video just to see what happens during the course of the 26th, the 27th, into the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Maybe we have a different angle of
what were you looking for?
The defendant and Gannon leaving the
Trying
house.
to see if there was anything that we could go off of as far as suspicious activity, if we could see the time frames where Gannon was seen last, if we could kind of piece together the story of what happened.
Were you also looking for cooperative evidence of things that Ms. Stauch had told Detective Bethel and other members of your organization?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with this story about her being raped and somebody, construction guy coming to the house, a carpet guy named Eduardo, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And were you watching this video nonstop to see if anybody would come or leave from that residence, especially in a truck that had carpet repair on it?
Yes, sir.
And was that based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
Yes, sir.
Or not telling you, but telling members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a construction worker go in and out of the residence at the time frame that Gannon Stauch went missing?
No, sir.
Did she actually see Gannon?
When you're reviewing these particular videos, were you familiar with the people who lived at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Knew what Al Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Letecia Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Ms. Stauch is wearing a light pink shirt.
May the
Chewing
record
on her
reflect
fingers?
identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go
Junie
ahead.
B. Jones.
Did you
I
know
am
what Lena Stauch looked like?
saving
Yes,
your
sir.
chats.
And
I'm gonna
Lena
pull
was
them
the
up
8-year-old
in
girl that
order
lived
of
there?
stories
Yes, sir.
from the defendant.
And did you know what Gannon Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
How about Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
You actually met Harley on the night of the 28th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what vehicles were associated? We'll start with Harley. What kind of vehicle was Harley driving?
I remember hers was a silver sedan. I don't recall what model hers was.
Was it a white Volkswagen Jetta?
Sorry, white. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already talked about Miss Stauch and the black Tiguan Volkswagen.
Yes, sir.
Was there another vehicle that was assigned or that Al Stauch drove?
Yes, sir. There was a red Nissan Frontier.
And so as you're watching the videos, if you saw those vehicles move around, would you make note of it in your report?
Yes, sir.
If you saw those individuals walking around, would you make note of that in your report?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you saw a carpet worker named Eduardo go in the house and leave with a suitcase, would you put that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
No, sir, I did not.
Are we gonna play some video?
When you were looking for the blankets and the pillow and the covers from Gannon's bed, did you have any information as to where to look?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not the first time I heard that. Did you have any GPS information as to Miss Stauch and her phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app is?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Life 360 app associated with the defendant, Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to track her whereabouts based on that app?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app does?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What does it do?
So it's a app used a lot of time with families, so you're able to know where your family members are and it tracks your location.
And so were you able to search various areas that Miss Stauch may have been looking for items that might be related to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything?
No, sir.
Now,
Did they not
we
have
talked
a
about
360?
dumpsters and canvassing dumpsters and things like that. Is it critical that you get to the dumpsters before the dumpsters go to, your words, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And by the time you get to this Life 360 app, had several days gone by?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see. So she followed
In front of
the-
you, there's a
yeah,
series of discs.
but didn't find anything.
I'd like
where
to
they
start
went.
with People's Exhibit 41, which should be the one on top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 41?
It is a disc containing video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive.
And would that be related to January 27th of 2020,
Yes, sir.
approximately 10:13 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc?
I did.
How do you know that?
My initials and date are on the top of the CD.
And does this particular disc have 2 clips on it?
Yes, sir.
And is it the disc that shows 6627 Mandan Drive from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict a black Tiguan, a red Nissan truck in that area?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict the video that you reviewed from that location?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 41 at this time.
This is the ring
Exhibit
camera from the
41 will
neighbor.
be admitted. Go ahead.
That's what it sounds like.
Let's go to 42 now. Do you see People's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 42?
It is going to be another video clip that depicts from 6643 that depicts 6627. That is later in the day than the first disc.
We talked about the Petco situation where Ms. Stauch went there a couple times in an afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Are these timeframes when the vehicle leaves and when the vehicle come back consistent with what we know and when she was at the Petco?
Yes, sir.
And does People's Exhibit 42 actually depict the surveillance video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 42.
No objection. Exhibit 42 will be admitted as well.
I'm surprised they don't have video
Now,
from
in People's
Petco.
Exhibit 42, can you see individuals
Haven't heard
get
about
out
it
of
yet.
this red Nissan truck?
Yes, sir.
And People's Exhibit 43, is that an enhanced version of People's Exhibit 42? So you can zoom in and see, for instance, individuals getting out of the truck at a closer view?
Yes, sir.
And does that actually depict People's Exhibit 42, at least a portion of that, as to when these individuals get out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And can you see it more clear because of the zoomed in focused version?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 43.
Defense. Exhibit 43 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Next one is going to be People's Exhibit 46. What is People's Exhibit 46?
It's going to be another clip from the same address pointed at 6643 and shows Lena arriving home later in the day.
And is that actually depict the video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive that depicts 6627 Mandan Drive when Lena gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict Lena out in front of the residence for a certain amount of time after she gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it actually depict that as to what you saw on 6643 from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 46.
Defense. Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
And then People's Exhibit 47. Do you have that? What is People's Exhibit 47?
So that's going to be later again in the day once Harley returns home to the house.
And again, does that actually depict that portion of the video that you reviewed from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 47.
No objection. Exhibit 47 will be admitted.
And then finally, we have People's Exhibit 220 there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 220?
That is when the vehicle leaves the house later in the day.
Would that be the next day of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the surveillance video on the 28th in the morning hours
Yes, sir.
from 6643 Mandan Drive? Does that People's Exhibit 220 accurately depict what you saw? A vehicle leaving 6627, another vehicle backing out and backing into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 220.
Defense. No objection. Exhibit 220 will be admitted.
I hope this is not just a foundational witness and we actually get exhibits.
So we're going to go back to People's Exhibit 41. We indicated that it's 2 clips. Can you just briefly summarize what we're about to see, or would you prefer to do that after we see it?
I prefer to do it after.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. That's why I threw that in there. So why don't we publish People's Exhibit 41? And again, these are 2 clips. We'll start with the first clip on the disc, okay?
I wish they would make the witness screen bigger. With my internet, I wasn't able to pull up my feed. So we're left with this.
That's not too bad.
We'll get the gist of it anyways.
Yeah, it's nice that they moved back over to the TV.
So why don't we pause it?
Actually, you know what? I'm going to record it.
So now that we see
so I can at least go back
first
later.
slide.
Oh, yeah, that was a good idea.
41. Can you point out what we're looking at and where 6627 would be located? There should be a pointer up there. I say pointer that.
Yes, sir. So right here is the red Nissan Frontier associated to this address. So this house right here would be 6627.
And can we see the black Tiguan in this image?
Yes, sir. The black Tiguan.
And so would 6643 be a couple houses north of 6627?
Yes, sir.
So we're now looking from north to the south towards 6627. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit play, please.
All right, I got it set up so it's full screen, but we can go back to it later if need be. My internet's being weird, so I'm not using my own stream. I'm using the name that should
Pause,
not be
please.
mentioned.
We see an individual walking there to the red Nissan truck. Do you know who that individual is?
It appeared to be Gannon.
Are you sure about that?
What?
Well,
That's
does
him
Gannon
just
drive
walking down the
truck?
street.
No, sir.
It's like impeaching
Are
your
can
own
we-
witness.
Sorry, go.
Is it hard for you to see from there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't
Sure
we
about
continue
that?
to play and watch and see what happens, okay?
Right.
Are you sure about that 2 minutes? We need some more My Cousin Vinny drops.
I just watched that this weekend.
I'm finished with
My
this.
first time seeing it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised because I loved it. 5 minutes in, I was sold.
It's very accurate.
I'm finished with this guy.
And I just love Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei. Oh my God. They're like perfect.
A lot of action on that screen.
Yeah. Are they playing it?
Refresh your recollection who that might be.
Yes, sir. I believe that was Miss Stauch moving the truck.
The defendant, Ms. Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go ahead and resume, please?
Who
Thank you.
said she got the name right? Somebody said at least she's saying the name right.
Can you pause it, please? Now we see an individual walk towards the back of the red Nissan. Do you know who that individual is?
I apologize for before that was Gannon.
Is this when we see Gannon come to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the clothing that he had on?
I do not.
Is it a little bit more difficult to see on these TV monitors than a computer?
Yes, sir.
I imagine when you're watching these videos, you were probably looking at a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit resume, please.
Yeah, it's way up in the corner of their screen, which is way up in the corner of my screen, which is, it's hard to see. I see absolutely nothing happening, but I'm assuming she's testifying about something. Has she said it like 7? I had to actually write it down phonetically so I could figure out how to say it.
That's clip one for the record. It's approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I guess.
Now, clip two, does that overlap clip one a little bit? Will we pick up towards the end of clip one and then take it from there?
Yes, sir.
We can play clip two now, please.
I guess if you're trying to show nobody coming to the house, you're looking at
I guess.
nothing happening.
Well, there was a dot at one point, and it was supposedly Gannon. That was all I got out of it.
I wonder what's going through the defendant's mind when she's sitting here and listening to all this.
I am curious.
That might be how I pronounce it too. I don't know. Stauch. That's what I say. I'm just surprised they showed the actual autopsy photos on live.
Yeah. I saw that, and then I saw those phone calls to the fake polygraph thing were hilarious to me.
Yeah, those were great. No, that wasn't me. I did the infidelity one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably thinking of another lie, how she's going to get out of it.
Yep. And that's what I was going to ask you when you had some time. Like, I had to run some errands, so catch me up on what I missed until now. Because last I saw
Oh.
polygraph, the calls to the polygraph, and then I had to go.
Okay, I can do that since we're just watching nothing apparently on the screen. Oh. I'm lost in my notes here. Let's see. Medical examiner. Then we had the evidence tech testified that the defendant called pretending to be her daughter, trying to get some of the evidence back. Like, my purse was in there and I need this and that, pretending to be Harley.
Okay.
So she testified to that. Then we really had some foundational witnesses, really. A foundational witness that basically said he got his hands on the defendant's 2 cell phones and extracted a bunch of data. Didn't go over it because he didn't analyze it. And we had another foundational witness that said he extracted data from Harley's cell phone. Again, didn't testify to it. He just sort of went over it.
Okay.
Or he just gathered it. Someone else went over it. And then we're on to this one. So, yeah, I mean, that was it. Nothing
Clip
special.
2 of People's Exhibit 41, which is 3 minutes and 1 second long. We talked about when you initially saw this video, you were sitting in a computer screen. Would you take notes as to what you actually saw happen and then later transfer those notes to a report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that report there in front of you?
I believe so.
I'll direct you to page 3 of 4 of your report dated March 10th, 2020. Page stamp 11137.
I'm sorry, you said March 10th?
Yes.
I do not have that one with me.
Okay. Let me approach her.
You may.
Yeah, a lot of foundational witnesses today.
Yes, sir.
The big one was the medical
descriptions
examiner.
of what you see taking place on the video as you're watching it from your computer screen.
Yes, sir.
And can you just kind of read to yourself what you have noted from People's Exhibit 41 that we just saw when
He's afraid to ask
Gannon
her
and the
another question
defendant
because she'd
leave
be like,
in
yeah,
the
that
red
was Gannon
Frontier
walking down the
truck?
street right there. 5 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you specifically put who walks out to the truck when it's in the street, gets in it, drives out, and backs into the driveway.
That must
Yes,
have been
sir.
at the
And who
very
was that?
top because it was cut off.
Miss Stauch.
And when you're watching this on your computer, are you able to go back and watch it several times to make sure you got everything right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
I do. They're not wasting time. It's very nice.
do you also note
They're going
when
really quickly through the witnesses.
they come back out of the house and the truck is in the driveway, who gets in and who's where?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know? What do you note there?
I had observed that Gannon stepped into the driver's side back seat, and Miss Stauch appeared to get into the driver's seat after she walked back inside and then came back out.
And do you have a
She was
time for that
watching
particular
YouTube
action?
videos.
Yes, that was at 10:13 a.m.
And do you have a time for when they actually leave?
That was at 10:15 a.m.
And does that coincide with this Petco trip that we talked about where she's seen at the Petco area and you searched that shopping area.
Yes, sir.
Now, before we play People's Exhibit 42, what I'd like to do is have you summarize what we're about to see in People's Exhibit 42, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So in that
very
exhibit,
experienced.
I'm sorry, one of the other vehicles is leaving the house.
Well, it's People's Exhibit 42 when they come back after they leave at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon on January 27th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong disc. This is confusing me. Okay, yes, sorry. 42 is when they are seen returning back to the residence.
And so what do you see? What do you see on the video and what did you note as you're watching it closely at your desk?
So I observed that the red Frontier returns, and it was initially hard to tell because she's seen stepping out of the vehicle, and then upon closer examination, it was seen that a shadow is seen in the footage of what appears to be Gannon stepping out of the vehicle as well.
And does that happen as soon as the driver's side door opens in the video?
Yes, sir.
This time we request to publish People's Exhibit 42.
You may.
There she goes driving. Now we're actually seeing something.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure if the state's position is that she killed him in the home or after she left with him.
Yeah, they haven't said.
I don't know if they're even going to try to say or care to say. I guess it doesn't matter. But the jury would want to know what the state's thought is.
I feel like I would.
I kind of want to know what the state thinks.
Well, because it kind of puts then you can kind of see it all together, you know, and it makes sense. And then you can kind of determine like where her head was at in this whole situation too, you know?
Yeah, it makes a difference if she left and then killed them as opposed to kill them on the spot in the house.
Yeah. Because I think insanity to me, if they were going to prove it, it would look different if she was in the house and it just happened, you know?
Right.
Versus she gets in the car and leaves with him and then kills him. That I feel like that would a lot different. But still, she did a lot of lies, a lot of stories, a lot of like so much stuff. Like especially with that fake polygraph thing, that cracked me up.
Yeah, that was awesome. I
It's
love
like-
the questions that she posed. They haven't admitted those yet, but we have them.
Yeah.
The questions that she posed. Oh, by the way, while we're waiting, Nicholas made it. So I'll say congrats to him.
Congrats to him. Yeah, I seen that. It was cool. You're almost there.
Sorry.
How close are you to the
Me?
1,000?
Oh, I don't even know.
So we paused it at 2:35.
My 8:11.
Did you see the shadow you were talking about in this
So
particular video
close.
clip?
Tell your friend.
It is hard to see from this distance.
Can you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Enhance.
I probably should have asked you this
Yes, I
before we
enhance.
played this, but where does this shadow come from?
She started lying before the
I
cops
believe it
even
is
showed
the
up.
back passenger seat. The door opens. If I could refresh my recollection.
Well, it's on the
She
opposite
was
side of the truck.
lying to her husband and via text
Yeah.
messages,
Seat, right side of the truck.
having Gannon
Yes, sir.
send texts.
And
It
does
was
it
really
happen very
weird.
quickly in the door?
I don't know
Yes, sir.
if she actually had
We can
him
go ahead and resume, please.
send the text, but
But I have never heard of a fake polygraph test. Oh man, that's something else.
I don't think this defendant has ever stopped lying.
Doesn't sound like it. I agree, Brittany. A lot of her stuff sounds very thought out. Doesn't make sense, but definitely thought out.
What are we looking at now? Oh, this is her backing in.
Yeah.
Again. See, I have a problem with this video because I don't think it's clear whether or not Gannon was with her.
Are they the ones that you showed us?
Yep, same ones that I played.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell either.
And that was super zoomed in and everything, and we still couldn't tell. I don't think this kid was necessarily stabbed the night before. I think that happened that morning. Or there was a text to the father at like 3 a.m. So I think that's about when it happened.
Wow.
So is this when she hops in her car and goes to the airport? This video? Good evening. Yeah, right. Well, like I said, they were doing this. I saw some like side by side police interviews of a true like sociopath, someone that was literally insane, and someone that was faking it. And I don't even think this defendant was faking it. She's just stupid and lies all the time. Is that her car now backing up? I just saw.
I can't tell. I've been trying to stare at it real hard.
Yeah, another black car or something just sort of backed up in the driveway. I'm wondering if that's her car. Well, what's going on?
Tara, you heard my nose squeak. I got some allergies going on.
Who was that?
Tara, but I heard your nose squeak, Jamie.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that.
This is her off to Petco.
Off to
I
Petco.
get that alibi. Yep. Yeah, she was driving a truck when she backed in. And then Genevieve Jones seems to think that maybe she got into the Volkswagen at this point. Am I correct in that? And was off to the airport.
Is it sad that I can't keep all the stories straight?
Yeah, so
I feel terrible.
I have a bunch of stories. Okay, I can go through them. All right, so first, Gannon went to his friends. That was the first story. Then he ran away to avoid switch restrictions because he was going to have a switch taken away.
Okay.
Then Eduardo came to repair the carpet and raped her and kidnapped
That
Gannon.
concludes People's Exhibit 42. It's 7 minutes and 26 seconds long. I want to talk to you about the end there. We see the black Tiguan right back out of the driveway, turn around, and back into the driveway. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell whether or not it backed all the way into the garage?
Based on the shadows underneath the frontier, it appeared to back all the way into the garage.
And are you familiar with other surveillance video in this investigation from across the street, 6626 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
You didn't watch that one?
I don't think so, no.
And at the end of People's Exhibit 42, we see some individuals, looks like they cross the street at the end of the road.
Yes, sir.
Start walking up the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
Is that soon after the Tiguan is backed into the garage?
Yes, sir.
And then we see a vehicle come by shortly after that.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if there's other surveillance video across the street at 6626, they would pick up that same activity so you can coincide the two different videos. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
She can have, she can
We're going
be
to play People's
insane,
Exhibit 43 now, and I
but
just
it's
want
a
to give it some
specific type of
context. It's not going to
insanity
be, excuse me,
that will
everything that we just saw in
exonerate
People's
her,
Exhibit
essentially.
42. Tell us what we're going to see.
So 43 is going to be the kind of zoomed in on those shadows that I referenced previously of being able to see a shadow consistent with somebody stepping out of the frontier.
Okay.
Yeah, the insanity, the defect in her mind also must cause her to be unable to tell right from wrong or unable to legitimately control her actions. So you could be a narcissist, a liar, whatever mental health case you want to put on there. But if she can still tell right from wrong or control her actions, then she's not legally insane for the purposes of criminal culpability. So that's the big issue here, that I don't think she's going to be able to get around that.
Yeah.
She can be insane, but all of her other actions indicate she knows right from wrong because she's trying to lie to cover up the wrong. And can she control her actions? Sure, because she hasn't done this before and she hasn't done it since. So I don't think she's going to get there.
Oh, now they zoomed in on it.
Okay. So this is the video that we streamed early on in this trial that we pulled up just from the internet. I have no idea what she was thinking or what she's thinking now. I
think that was a good point you made. Like, I feel like if she was truly insane or had some kind of mental defect, she would have been caught up in some type of situation in her life at some point.
Yeah.
Other than just this.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, there's no history of violent behaviors.
Yeah.
Or anything else.
That concludes People's Exhibit 43. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43, the leg drop on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not the garage door was open or closed when they got back?
I do not.
Would it be able to show it if it was from 6626 Mandan Drive across the street, if the garage was open or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you annotate in your report what time Ms. Stauch moves the Tiguan to back it into the garage?
Yeah, he definitely doesn't seem
Yes. Yes, sir.
healthy.
What time was that?
2:24 p.m.
And the next disc, People's Exhibit 46, is that approximately 3:11 p.m. when we see a school bus coming by that has Lena on it?
Yes, sir.
Not that her husband testified to.
Go ahead, publish People's Exhibit 46 now,
And not
please.
that any other witnesses testified to. It might come up in the defense's case in chief. So this is just the state right now. And when the state's done, the defense presumably will have some sort of case in chief because they have to present at least an expert to say this woman's insane or suffers from something. So they're going to be calling witnesses, and that might come up then.
That'll be interesting for sure.
Although her friends apparently on Facebook are all over the place saying this woman, yeah, she's insane, but she's not dangerous. She would just lie about everything.
Junie B. Jones has got the down low on her.
I know she is. She is doing all the background. I just go to her.
I know, right? Get her on here.
No, she does have criminal record. Okay, but domestic abuse does not make insanity. You know, one, who knows what that is? Pull it up. Was she actually convicted or just a charge? And when was it? And who was it against? I want all the details.
Yeah, give us all the deets. Yeah, I feel like her husband would have, because he kept saying that her demeanor was, this is how she was like, so. Who's that?
A bunch of neighbor kids running by, it looks like.
Probably home from school or something.
Go ahead and pause it first. Okay, we paused it at 2:07 into the video. There appears to be a child by the red Nissan truck walking up the driveway. Do you know who that is?
It appeared to be Lena.
And is that consistent with her coming from the bus stop, which is around the corner?
Yes, sir.
There appears to be people working on some kind of electrical box out in the front yard of 6627.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not those individuals were ever interviewed?
Not helping my case.
Detective Arndt was going to follow up with them. I'm not sure if they were interviewed.
Okay. But what do we see with Lena coming home from school? Does she have anything on her person?
It's hard to tell from here. I believe she had a backpack on her, though.
And is she able to go into the house when she comes home from school?
I believe she went in very briefly.
Oh, her ex Harvey's father.
Can we work on the volume? But not go up any higher.
Right. Oh, coming in hot.
See if we can increase the volume, Judge, before you.
With her Ramsey.
Could you hear Lena talking and saying things to the individuals out in the front yard and to someone at the house?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let's go ahead and resume it now, please. No. Yeah, way down there. I'm on a new wire.
Who's talking?
Is that like the homeowner?
I am making notes about what the jury's getting. I do like Junie B. Jones's extra information, though.
Yeah.
That's good. You're my go-to, so you know if I'm going to have questions, you got to be prepared to answer them. What was that sound?
Sorry, it was my cat.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a weird sound to have in the video. I didn't know what that was.
She got real close to the phone and then cried in it. I'm like, come on. Be quiet.
We just like watching nothing. I mean, I guess you're trying to prove that nobody came by. See, I would just sort of question the witness. Did you watch all this? Yes. Did you see anybody? No. And then
Right.
if the defense for some reason wants to challenge it and be like, yes, you saw somebody here, and play the video, make them do it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't necessarily just play a video showing absolutely nothing for whatever amount of time. I would skip right to the part that I wanted to emphasize and be done with this. So a little bit of a slowdown on the prosecutor's end.
They've been doing really good though, and I think a lot of it has to do is because the defense isn't even. There's no arguments.
Meet Popsicle says hi to the cat, although I don't know if I'd let the cat around him.
Her name's Harley Quinn. She is a riot. She's just nosy as can be.
Oh, okay. Was it new construction? I did see the house. We went through the house listing on Zillow, so we got to see a walkthrough of the house. Yeah, this is just
Pause it, please.
I wasn't prepared for slowdowns like this, so I got to get my.
Who do we see that are walking on the sidewalk?
Appears to be Lena.
And did you see where she came from?
It looked like she came from the area of the front door garage area of the house.
Did she come from the opposite side of the truck?
I did not see that part. I apologize.
Just to kind of give us some context, they get home at 2:20 p.m. What time was it when Miss Stauch moved the Tiguan into the garage?
At 2:24.
And the school bus comes back at 3:11. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this video is 19 minutes and 29 seconds long.
Yes, sir.
Is Lena outside for this entire 19 minutes and 29 seconds?
I'm unable to tell due to her being off camera.
What time would it be if we take from the time the Volkswagen backed into the garage up until the end of this 19, I guess it would be what, 3:30, something like that?
Approximately an hour.
At least we're not watching the whole
From
hour.
you reviewing all this video, who are the two people inside the house for that hour?
Gannon and his mother, or his stepmother, sorry, the defendant.
You can resume, please.
I don't feel like this is a good witness. She doesn't present well.
No.
I'm still hoping for a really strong defense because I want to see a good defense to this. And, you know, this is the state's case in chief. When they're done with this, you should be absolutely positively convinced that this woman is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, they really failed. So everything that you're hearing should make you want to convict her, because that's the point of it. Then when the defense goes, you should start thinking, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe this, maybe that. So you're not falling into the L&C trap, I don't think. You are accepting the evidence as it's being presented the way it's supposed to be accepted.
And if they're doing their job, then yeah, every time they present a witness, you should think she's guilty. I mean,
Yeah. Oh my God. Even more. Those tapes were damning. I have no idea what the defense is going to do with those tapes, but they might pull out something brilliant with those tapes. They might have counter tapes of the husband that the state didn't share. We have no idea yet. So I always keep an open mind. And I really want to see a strong defense. I think it's necessary for the system to work, regardless of who the defendant is.
Yeah. Yeah, and then if the defense is good, then every witness they present, you're going to be like, wait, maybe not. You know, that's
She does look young. She might not have a ton of experience.
I love her hair. I know you don't care, but I wanted to
Is
say
it braided down both sides?
Yeah, she's got the braids, but they are like the ombre blonde at the bottom. I like that.
I feel like the defense needs something. She needs her hair done.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm keeping a very open mind. I want to see this doctor and I want to hear what she has to say about how she's mentally ill. So,
Yeah, again, so with the Anderson trial, every witness that they presented, I felt that the prosecution was more and more on shaky ground.
yes.
And is that
That's
like
the
another
opposite you
walking
want
by?
to be.
I had the like
It's at 9
WTF
or 6
face
right
after every witness. Like, what?
Or, although it dragged on a little bit, not so much because of the defendant, but the Daryl Brooks case was a mostly competent prosecution. They presented everything.
You gotta hook it up up there. Oh, I didn't get up.
Oh, I agree. They were on point. It was just him that was the ridiculousness.
Yeah, they were pretty good. There were some slow moments, but
yeah.
Okay, we'll have to think about that. At the Helm was my column that I wrote for at the Eastern Echo when I was in my undergrad.
That's a good one. At the
Yeah,
Helm.
it's called At the Helm. Political commentary. It's horrible. Don't look it up. I went back like 10 years ago. I'm like, I remember all these. And then I read through it. I'm like, it was just incoherent nonsense. There was no structure to my opinions or stories I was writing. It was just diarrhea of the mouth. Yeah, they were good. The Joe Brooks prosecution. A couple of slow moments, a couple of things. They definitely gave the defendant way too much leeway, but it was a good prosecution overall.
Yeah, they were.
We paused it at 10:50. Your Honor, I think it might be a good idea for the jury to stretch out maybe or stand up or.
Okay, we can do that. Everybody do a 7th inning stretch.
Interesting. So in Denmark, you don't have a right to remain silent. You always start with the defendant on the stand. That's interesting. Oh, if they want to talk. Okay. So you always start with the defense. I kind of want, do they stream trials in Denmark? I want to watch one. I'm not even going to watch it because I don't want to get wrapped up in that.
All right. We all good to go?
I think there's only one I know of that's
nice
doing it.
So before we hit resume and before the 7th inning stretch here, did you see where Lena went as she walked back towards the house?
Yeah, she appeared to go on the other side of the Nissan.
And would that be consistent with going through the garage door In other words, when we saw her get off the bus and come home from school, she walked on this side of the Nissan to the front door, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
Is it also consistent with going to the garage door if she's on the other side of the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can go ahead and resume, please.
Perhaps. It is Colorado. You know, I might track down my old articles. Maybe I can have a fun stream going through those. It was right during the Iraq War and Bush and Kerry campaign.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, it was that timeline. 2004, 2003, something like that. No, only written summaries. Ooh, 231 pieces.
They found all 231 of them? Jeez.
Well, it might not be all 231. Maybe they just found only 231.
That's so crazy.
Only written summary. They don't stream, huh? American Trials. You got to love it. Everything's reality TV in America.
Right.
Yeah, I thought I might watch some. There's a guy on Twitter that I've been following. I can't remember his name, though. Maybe I'll give him a plug. I thought I'd get some updates from him.
I think that Danny on Direct, who's friends with like Legal Vices and stuff, I think she's going to be covering it.
Is she?
I think.
Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to watch it or watch something.
Yeah. Just in case anybody's wanting to get into that, I guess.
The Docket is the guy I'm following on Twitter.
Oh, okay. I know him.
Yeah. So that's who I was going to try to get some updates from.
That's good too, though. He's really
270 likes. That's all I have. Or 27 likes. Or no, I don't even have that. Come on, people, like it. 29 likes. Is she? I might have to follow. I don't know if I follow her.
Yeah, I think she did say she was going there actually. Like,
can you send me tweet at me a link for her? Because I don't know if I'm following her on Twitter.
let me find it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glossing over on this. This is just really slowed down.
Oh, I was gonna tell you, I saw this new show on Prime. Have you heard of it? It's called Jury Duty.
What, really?
And okay, the premise is it's actually like a fake jury with a fake trial. Everybody's acting except this one guy.
Yeah, I did hear about that. Hang on a second. I'm getting a call that I have to take.
But I'll continue to talk for the chat. I saw the first episode and it was pretty comical. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. I did see
it has
promo for it, but I thought it was like a gag show or something. I didn't realize that this was an ongoing thing.
Yeah, I didn't really know what it was either. And then I kept seeing previews for it, so I looked into it, and it's got James Marsden as like an act. He plays himself in it, obviously. But you know who he is, right?
Yeah. I wanted to pull this up because 12 Angry Men is actually bad. It's not accurate. The jury should not be doing experiments themselves. They should, be just relying on what they hear in the testimony and debating that. I remember 12 Angry Men watching that. And we're like, oh, it's
we watched it in
school. Good. Did you?
For that, yeah.
It's not accurate, or it's not what the jury is supposed to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, Amazon has My Cousin Vinny. That's what I watched it on this weekend for the first time, and I was in love.
Okay, so now I'm going to have to do something.
Yeah. But
I
I gotta tell Dave about this. It's pretty, like, obviously it's fake, but it's like I was dying laughing at the first episode. I just can't wait to see what else. And then they get sequestered, so they're like, because of James Marsden or something, he was trying to get paparazzi to get him out of jury duty, and so they sequester them. So apparently some antics ensue. So I don't know, but I've only watched episode 1.
So I'm going to share a video of mine that is 4 years old, so no judging. But this is actually a review of my cousin Vinny. I found it very accurate.
You had a video about it on your YouTube?
Yeah.
I wanted to watch it after, but I wanted to see it first. So I'm
This group
excited.
has some history. Oh, you got some.
What's happening?
I don't know.
But
A little different. The jury wasn't doing the experiments, or at least maybe they. I don't know. Maybe they were. I have no idea. What did we miss? What did I screw up? Talk over? Because I just thought they were playing a silent film.
I know, me too.
I can go back. I saw the school bus pass. I heard some squealing tires. I was trying to entertain you guys while we were watching nothing happening on a video.
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I saw the show. I was like, everybody will love it. Get some laughs.
Okay. Is this the daughter?
So did they have a camera that just ran all day long?
This Ring camera apparently ran all day long, although I have several of them at my house. But they record and they last for a week. And if you want to grab them, you got a week to grab them.
I have the Blink cameras, but they only record when there's movement.
I'm not sure. I'm assuming when the clip is done, they're going to ask her, because that's how they said the order was going to go. They were going to play the clip and then ask her. So
Yeah,
here,
that concludes People's Exhibit 46. We see, is that Lane on the bicycle riding away from her house?
Yes, sir.
Do we ever see her when she gets back to the house? Are we able to pick that up at all?
We do not.
So we don't know what time she got back into the house?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 47 in a minute, but before we do that, is People's Exhibit 47 essentially Harley getting home from work, Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And is Harley Hunt in the house for a period of time?
Yes.
And then what happens after 10 or so minutes?
Harley and Lena both appear to leave in Harley's vehicle.
Yeah, if it's okay, what we may do is start it as to when Harley gets home and then fast forward to when they leave, because the rest of it's just the
Thank
white
you.
Jetta sitting in front of the house, unless the court wants to watch the whole
Is there an objection by the defense?
No.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and publish
It has
People's
to be
Exhibit
like,
47.
oh, we
now.
object. Play the whole thing.
Well, now they want to use the fast forward button.
Yeah. They might have had an objection by the defense early on for the other videos, and that's why they didn't fast forward. There's a lot of stuff that's sort of done outside of the jury in the stream, pretrial motions, things like that. They might have tried to present a clip of the video, and the defense objected in a motion and limiting and said, no, you got to play the whole thing. We don't know.
So we paused it at 55 seconds. We saw a white vehicle pull up. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
It'd be Harley's VW Jetta, or Jetta, sorry.
And was that Harley who got out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
She goes in, and then you said her and Lena come out later?
Yes, sir.
If we can just fast forward to about, I would say 11 minutes.
Oh, yeah? What do we got? Let's hear it.
Okay, go back just a little bit.
Go, Brandon.
Right there's good. So before you hit play, we're at 15:13 on the video, Your Honor. Go ahead and play.
Do you know how bored I would be otherwise? No, actually, my chat is what makes this entertaining for me, so I really appreciate it. You guys asking questions or just throwing shit out there?
Yeah, you got a great chat.
I might have to start pulling up some trivia questions. So I can add an extra camera feed to like where our heads are right now. But if I wanted to add an image, it's either really small in the corner or it covers the whole thing. If I could find a way to throw little trivia things in like the bottom right-hand corner, I'm doing that.
Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 47 at 16 minutes and 16 seconds. If you have Harley getting home at 4:37 p.m. on January 28, 2020,
it's the
she's
only
in the
bit of
house for
information I
approximately
want.
15 minutes, would it be safe to say that at 4:52 p.m. is when her and Lena leave?
Yes, sir. I believe I have 451 annotated in my report.
I was close. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 220 now. Now we're on January, that was January 27th. Okay, so January 27th at 4:37 p.m., Harley gets home.
Yes, sir.
And 4:51, they leave to go. Okay. Now we're at the 28th, and I want to turn your attention to People's Exhibit 222. Based 220, I'm sorry. Yeah, People's Exhibit 220. You're correct, Your Honor.
You
have two clips on this. Could you describe what the first clip is if you remember?
The first one would be the defendant leaving for the airport in her vehicle, and the second clip was when she had Harley move her Jetta, and they kind of were just repositioning vehicles in the driveway.
So would the first clip be at 8:13 a.m. or approximately that time frame?
I believe so.
And based on your understanding of the investigation, that's when she's going to the Colorado Springs Airport to pick up Al Stauch, her husband at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead and play clip 1, please.
Are you saying that we should restrict our chat to only those that are subscribed? I don't know about that just yet.
I don't know. If you put subscribers only, then they have to subscribe or they can't chit chat.
True. True. By the way, there's no Rumble feed today. And I don't know why. I just didn't start up Rumble. It's a pain in the ass to start up Rumble for these live streams. So I didn't do it.
Yeah, he does need 1,000 to get monetized. So let's
Yep,
go.
1,000 subscribers. Play hardball. I could. You know, I had somebody message me and say, I heard you had an awesome chat. Where are they? And so, yeah.
Now,
Play
we just
hardball.
finished clip one. It was, God, I want to say 50 something seconds. I didn't catch the time, Your Honor. The Tiguan leaves the driveway and it looks like it stopped at the end of the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue with the tape or did Ms. Stauch actually stop and sit there for a second?
I do not recall.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and play clip two.
Although me restricting to only subscribers would involve me knowing how to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you need to get at least a moderator, and then
I have a moderator. It's Nick. I made him a moderator.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. So I have one.
Yeah, fun.
You know, I was Legal Vices mentioned me and said that he was going to have me on his show, and I think that might actually help get some
That's
subscribers. Although he was extremely drunk when he said it, and I don't know if he remembers saying it, so we'll see.
Yeah, I always see Brandon everywhere, so
And I don't even know how to pronounce Bifrons. Bifrons? I see Bifrons everywhere too.
me too.
You guys jump around and are on a lot of chats. You know, I emailed him once a couple months ago, not about my channel, just in general, and he never got back to me, and I always feel disappointed. Oh, no, not Good Logic. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Uncivil. I was thinking Uncivil. No, Good Logic is good. Yeah, I don't do the drunk thing. I don't want to. I mean, I did it for Nicholas because it was Easter and it's Nicholas, but. Joel from Good Logic.
You didn't reach out to Joe though. You said Kurt, you said didn't get back to you.
Well, I didn't reach out to him about this. I just emailed him he seemed to be down and not down. I don't know. I was just emailing him, sending him a friendly email, and he never responded. And I was like, really, man? I put my heart and soul into this email. No, I like him. He's probably busy. Kirk from Uncivil.
I love Joe. I like Legal Vices.
Yeah, Kurt's ignoring me. I listen to him. I'm more interested in the topics. So if they have topics that I'm interested in, I'll listen.
Clip 2, 3 minutes long. Did it appear to you that the Volkswagen Jetta went into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time that took place in relation to the defendant leaving for the airport at 8:13 a.m.?
I do not.
Do you have that in your report?
I do not. No.
Can I retrieve that report, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
I think it was actually in the middle of moving too, or he just moved and he was like unpacking. So I'm not taking it personally. I was just messing around a little bit with Uncivil.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, I follow a lot of them and usually just bounce around because of the topics.
I'm not sure what's going on with Facebook. I can't restrict Facebook.
Do you have your
I no
report dated
control.
February 4th, 2020?
I do.
I'll turn your attention to the last page, which is 5 of 5. It's bait stamp 01426. Do you document when the Jetta pulls out of the driveway and then pulls back into the driveway and goes into the garage?
Yes, sir. That was at 8:51 a.m.
And when it pulls back in, is it 8:53 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my questions, John. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No cross. Oh no, he's got cross. Okay.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing all right.
All right. So you've been a detective with the sheriff's office for 9 years now?
Detective for about 3 years. Been employed for 9 years.
Oh, okay. And going back kind of to the beginning with this, with this case, how many searches did you do of 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe I participated in 2 of them.
Okay, and one would have been on the Tuesday and then one on the Wednesday. Were they in back-to-back days?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, they're, like,
And
geared up
what
for this
time did you
business.
get there on Tuesday?
I would have to refresh my recollection by referencing my report.
Yeah, that report up there?
I believe so.
Okay.
This guy's got some pep in his step. Is this Eeyore?
No, Eeyore's the guy, the other one, I think.
Oh, they need to get him up there more.
I don't reach out to the guys.
I arrived at the residence approximately 10 o'clock on the 28th, so I believe it was about that time when I...
Okay, 10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock p.m.
PM, okay. And when you got there, who's there?
At that time, there was Detective Farrell, Detective V. Hill, Detective Arndt. I had arrived with Detective Williams, Lena, and Harley were at the residence.
They were at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Now, ideally, if you're doing a search of a crime scene, the best case scenario, you're there quickly after the crime occurred.
Yes, sir.
And then that crime scene would be secured.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to secure, why do you guys secure crime scenes generally?
For preservation of evidence.
Okay, because you don't want other people, civilians, whoever, going into that crime scene and either taking something out that should have been there or leaving something that shouldn't be there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes it can be even done unintentionally. I mean, you can leave trace evidence, fingerprints, DNA, hairs, that could corrupt a crime scene if it's not secured.
Yes, sir.
And so this obviously, based upon the information, the best case scenario, it's up to a day, if not more, past when you believe the crime occurred, when the house is searched, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how long, and so was Harley there before any detectives got there?
I do not know. I was not the first one there.
And do you know how long Harley had unfettered access to the crime scene?
I do not.
Putting the blame on the daughter.
She was the only, well, she's 17 at the time, but she's the closest thing to an adult civilian there when you guys get there.
Yes, sir.
It's just her and Lena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you leave, Lena is taken from the crime scene, but Harley is left there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so again, Harley has access to the crime scene after the search is done, and then before you guys do the search the next day.
While I was at the residence, I had described that I was performing scribe duties. So I was in the kitchen area and Harley remained in my immediate view the entire time.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. But after you guys leave and before you guys come back to do the second search, she would have had unfettered access to the crime scene.
She left while we were at the residence. I do not know if she had returned to the
So
address.
she may or may not have unfettered access to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will do.
Going to those videos that we were just watching, it appears that the truck gets back to the residence around 2:19. I'm going back to the videos that we were just watching just now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is, at least of what, the best of what you can see, it appears it's Ms. Stauch and Gannon getting out of the truck at that point in time and going into the residence.
Yes, sir.
And then about sometime after 3, we see the school bus, and it looks like Lena then goes into the house around 3:11, 3:10, 3:11.
It's a little bit after that, but yes, sir.
Okay. I also noticed on that video, it appears during the whole course of the day, there was a lot of utility workers on that street right in front of the house working on that transponder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never interviewed any of those utility workers?
Detective Arndt was going to be reaching out to them.
To the best of your knowledge, did any of those utility workers report hearing gunshots?
Not that I'm aware of.
Based from that video, if somebody's coming from the south, you can't really tell. I mean, somebody could come from the south and get into that house and be undetected, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Well, I mean, that's how, I mean, it appears Lena did that.
Is that how the
when she
couple
came
guy
back
got
from her
in?
bike?
Yes, sir.
Because we see her leave on the bike and you watched close to like 48 hours of that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
A lot of video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we see Lena leave on that bike. We never see her go back in the house from the bike trip.
Yes, sir.
And then we see her leave the house with Harley to get in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it appears that somehow Lena was able to access and get inside the house that was not captured on that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not bad.
In some portion of that video, especially during the day, that's actually appears or sounds like you get some pretty decent sound quality.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can actually hear Lena talking with the utility worker there.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't feel like they're yelling. It kind of appears like they're just talking.
Yes, sir.
You never heard any gunshots in the 48 hours of video that you reviewed.
Not that I recall, sir.
And then lastly, that the next morning, for some reason, it doesn't appear to be sound on the video. Do you know why?
I do not.
Do you know why sometimes there's sound on the video and sometimes there's not?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sure.
That wasn't bad. That was pretty good. They established that you can
In
get
an
in the
ideal
house and not be on
situation, you'd
camera.
like to show up to a crime scene right after the crime happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you want to do that is because you don't want whoever committed a crime to clean up that crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, who was controlling when police came to the house on January 27th, 2020?
Mr. and Miss Stauch.
The reason why the sheriff's office got involved at all is because Miss Stout called 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she called 911 shortly after 6 p.m. that evening.
Yes, sir.
Police arrived shortly after 10 p.m. that evening.
I think initial responders had arrived earlier. The detectives did not arrive until later.
But you can see when you're looking at the video on 6643 when the sheriff deputies showed up, right? It was
At
after
any
10 p.m.
age.
that night.
I believe so.
Okay. And the jury's already seen the body worn camera of Deputy Yumpkin and the audio of Deputy Parker.
Objection, another question.
Yeah, sustained.
Hold
on.
I agree.
Jury will-
A little excited.
jury- That's good, because I'm going to tell the jury that they will disregard counsel's comments. As we know, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Mr. Young, if you have a question.
So you were able to see when the deputies arrived on January 27th, 2020
Yes, sir.
for the first time.
Yes, sir.
And that was after 10 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your investigations and your career as a deputy in the sheriff's office, have you been called out to gunshots fired, those type of scenes?
Yes, sir.
And have you done neighborhood canvasses where there's been gunshots alleged to be fired?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to neighbors who have both heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to neighbors who did not hear gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Is there ways to muffle the gunshot?
Yes, sir.
Is it surprising to you that no one heard a gunshot when Gannon was killed?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Did you even know that Gannon had been shot until after March of 2020 when his body was discovered?
I did not.
Did you even know to ask anyone if they heard gunshots?
I did not.
Those are my questions, John.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Perry? No? All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Oh, I wanted jury questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:05, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I've got some questions to start. I'm going to go over them as soon as we make sure there's no arguments. The judge always likes to ask if there's anything that needs to be heard. I like the way he does this. He excuses the jury for their break, and then it's like, all right, if there's anything you guys need to bring up, let's do it now.
Yeah.
He doesn't force them off the bench or anything, or off the out of the courtroom. Junie B. Jones out there throwing spoilers.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:05.
So, just pull this down real quick. Okay, so how do you know the gunshots happened at Perry Road? That's my first question for you. So, Dave, you asked about when a child could testify. At any age, I've actually cross-examined in a criminal case a 5-year-old, and that was not fun. My daughter made up a notepad for me with like stickers and stuff on it just to distract her while I was questioning her. I had to cross-examine a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old. That was not fun. When it's a family law matter, you had asked about that too. When it's a family law matter, if you're in like family law court, generally there's an age restriction. Most often what will happen is if the judge feels that the child's statements are important and they're fairly young, they'll meet with them in camera, so just in their chambers, and then the court will talk to them essentially. And afterwards, if the court finds that the child's statements are relevant to, say, a custody or parenting time decision, they will say, I've heard the evidence presented in the hearing, and I met with the child, and I'm incorporating what was said in that in-camera interview into my decision, and that's it. It's not revealed. That's how at least it works in Michigan, and I think a lot of states like that with minors. Yeah, that was a good question. They weren't there right after the crime. That's what I thought when the defense was going into it. But I thought the defense had good questions, particularly about establishing that someone can get in and out of that home without being caught on camera. And yes, the pillow, in my opinion, would really tend to muffle it. But I still don't. I don't know if the argument is that, or the position is that he was killed at the home as opposed to somewhere else. I feel like, knowing her and what she's done, I feel like she probably would. Well, maybe she did kill him at home. I have no idea. She's insane. Those are my thoughts. Yeah, except extremely relevant. Yeah, it was a bad objection. It wasn't relevance. It was, God, what was the objection? I had one in my mind. Oh, speculation. I feel like it was a speculative question rather than a relevant question. You missed the answer. Someone talking to me? What was that? Has his question hand on? Questions head on? Missed the question by Dave. David just asked about children being called to testify. They can testify at any age as long as they're able to communicate. So they have to be able to speak. She is insane. I'm going to say it. She's insane. She is a crazy ass fucking person, but she's not legally insane. Okay. There's a difference. I don't know if they fell out and the pillow was in there. So maybe they got caught up in the pillow. Okay, interesting. So The one thing they will do with an SA kind of claim, especially if it's a minor, the children will still testify in court on the stand in the courtroom. However, they will close the courtroom, and anyone that's not necessary to be there, this is the only time, at least in Michigan, where they have actually closed courtrooms. They will, the defendant will be there, the defendant's attorney, the judge, the jury, if there's jury, and the prosecutor and the witness on the stand, and everyone else is ordered to vacate the courtroom. And they still take a transcript of it and things like that, so you can get a transcript of it and see what was said, but the child is on the stand. Yeah, and how old is she? She's not that old. She's got to be, what, 8 or 9? Maybe she's 11 now? Okay, see? You anticipated my question. She's 11 now. Yeah, so, I mean, you could call an 11-year-old. You know, if a child that's 6 is SA'd, I suppose they could testify as well. Yep. So the whole spousal thing, spousal immunity, it's actually, I think we got rid of it in Michigan, if I'm not certain. The spousal immunity thing, I believe, is based on the idea that you cannot testify against yourself. And if a spouse is forced to testify against her husband, say, for financial crimes that she might have also benefited from, then you're kind of forcing her to testify against herself. I think that's where the idea came from. But it's very rarely used, at least in my experience. Yeah, closed to public viewing. Yeah, they do it a lot. Even sometimes when I was in court a couple weeks ago for criminal sentencing, there's a lot of sentencings going on, and they asked everybody to move out because they were going to do a sentencing, but the juvenile victim was going to make a statement during the sentencing, and so they even had all of us clear out for that. You close it even for adults, huh? It's interesting. We rarely close. That's the only time I know that they'll close proceedings. Now, some proceedings, the files, the paperwork could be blocked, like mental health proceedings, PPO proceedings. You're not able to get online. PPO is personal protection orders and things like that. But you can always just sit in courtroom and watch it all day long. But no, we have all of our courts open. Only when victims are testifying, the rest of the court is open. Yep. Well, I would imagine that he would have filed for divorce before Gannon was discovered, just everything that was going on. I would have filed for divorce before my plane landed. But plenty of warning signs, really. That was insane. When he started testifying about all of her lies, even going back years about her being pregnant and the allegations against his commander in his unit and things like that. She was she's insane, just not legally. Okay, so Judy B. Jones, I was going through your stories, or her stories rather, that you put down, and I see 1, 2, 3, 5, and then another one that's not numbered. So not very good work, and we're missing a 4, but I'm gonna go through them again. So first, she said that Gannon went to his friends. Then she said he ran away to avoid. She said that he was going to have the switch taken away because of the candle thing, and so he took off. So he kind of ran away from home. And then Eduardo came to repair carpet and then raped her and kidnapped Gannon. And then we have they went to test drive a bike from Craigslist. Gannon fell off and hit his head, and a stranger took him to the ER. I remember that.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
And then Landon hired somebody, Cartel, to reunite them, but it went wrong. I don't remember hearing about. I don't know, maybe in that jumbled mess of phone call recordings that was stated. I don't even remember that. Do you?
No.
I
But again,
maybe
they
that's
all just like mashed together these stories.
that might have been a Facebook thing, actually. I don't know. Junie B. Jones, I'm sure, has the answer for us. It's actually 7. You got lazy? Really? Okay.
That's funny.
Oh, yes. I didn't look into it. Damn it. I forgot to do that. I need to look into whether or not her polygraph is admissible since she's claiming guilty by reason of insanity. Under Colorado law, is her polygraph admissible? An AK from L. Yeah, I don't know. 501 went to the neighbor, right?
My favorite story is the bike. And he hit his head with the bike, and she just let the stranger take him to the ER. Like, okay.
So what is a layman's system? Is that where are you like sitting as a jurist? Is that what the layman's system is? I'd be curious to hear about that. Maybe you want to come on and tell us a little bit about that. Let me know.
Ooh.
But I'm curious how the Danish system works. Since my wife is Swedish and she wants to live there for part of the year, I've actually looked into practicing in Sweden. And from what I gather, you don't have to have a law degree. I can basically like show up and say, I'm here to practice, although I don't read and write the language. So I probably need to learn that first.
So if you lived there for part of the year, when would you, like, what season would you go for?
I have no idea. It's very similar to Michigan, though. So
it is.
Yeah, the weather is. It's in there. She said it. What's in there?
One of the stories I think she was talking about.
Yeah, I did see the story. I saw the quote. It was like in a news article. I don't trust the news, though, so I'm looking up the law.
I'd want to be in Sweden probably in, I think, winter, because it'd probably be a lot prettier there than here.
No, in southern Sweden, it looks just like here. They get like very little snow, and yeah, mostly rain. Probably the summer. I want all day sunshine. So yeah, her and the neighbor who catfished her, talking about the Landon thing. That neighbor was really going after her. Yes, and the real polygraph. I still haven't heard if she actually took a real polygraph. Now, I know she tried to buy the fake one, but I don't know if she took a real one. Okay, so 1 judge, 2 laymen. Oh, good thing Nicholas wasn't here. Or my wife.
That's a big NO for me. You got to go.
Notre Dame? I don't care about Notre Dame. Do they even have a football team anymore? Okay, Jamie, you're up.
What do you want to know?
What's your
just a
hopes and
regular
dreams for the
lady.
future?
Yeah. I live in Michigan. I work for a pharmacy, and I just really love trial streams. I've been around the block for a couple of years now. And I found David when I was watching Zachary, and I really enjoyed him. I thought his chat was nice. And then here I am.
You had great comments in the chat, so I invited you on. And then I found out you were from Michigan, so it was perfect.
I was very passionate about that trial because
Yeah, you were going off on the chat.
I could not believe the no. Oh my gosh, guys.
Let's see. By medical health professionals, maybe, but I still, the problem with the polygraph is that it doesn't rise to the level of scientific certainty that you generally need to admit scientific evidence, such as, DNA swabs, or even fingerprints are waffling right now as to whether or not they're reliable enough. And so that's the problem with polygraphs, is that they're not scientifically reliable. Whether or not you are, and they don't even tell you if you're lying or telling the truth. They're really kind of inconclusive either way. So that's the problem with the polygraphs and why they traditionally are not admitted. And I have never heard of a polygraph being admitted in a trial. So yeah, I know you could buy a polygraph. So what it is I read through it, and what it is you submit your baseline questions, because you have to have baseline questions, and then you submit 3 questions that are like at the heart of the issue, and you say what your answer is, and then they generate a report that looks like it came from a polygraph machine, and that you answered them truthfully. And it sounds like this company is geared towards the infidelity, but it's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Just judges in Iceland. That's very common. I love the jury system. I don't have a lot of faith in it at the moment, but I like the idea of your fellow citizens standing in the way of the government from essentially throwing you away or even killing you. Yeah, you guys also, I know Sweden does too. You guys have very short jail sentences for even murder. Get us the good stuff. Yeah, Jamie, you're up.
All right. No. I'll get it for myself.
Your dogs.
Yeah.
I have my stepdaughter's dog is visiting, and he's a little yappy thing, so he sends my dog off. So I try to mute it every time they start barking.
No. Well, I live across the street from a tax place, and they're just hopping today, and they're just going crazy.
Yeah, Zachariah Anderson. That was just an insane case. The way it turned out, the way it was presented, everything about it. I thought there was no way the jury was ever going to come back the way they did. Oregon is the best, or has the best. Oregon has the best what? Did I miss something earlier?
Football team? Is that what they mean?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, pretty much. April 15th.
Remember the guy from Orlando whose son was killed in the Xbox slings? Interesting. I vaguely remember the Xbox slings. Yeah. But again, if the jury is going to err, I would rather have them err on letting a guilty person free than locking up an innocent person. So if for the system we have, let's Jody or Casey Anthony free, and also Zachariah Anderson free, then I'm fine with it. But if they allow Casey Anthony free and lock up Zachariah Anderson, I've got some issues.
Casey.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before we bring them in?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring them.
I think they made a huge mistake with Casey Anthony and they were going for the death penalty. And they didn't have a body. So there was just a lot that was wrong with that, even though she was
I got him out. You're out there.
Yeah. I didn't really watch it. I sort of kind of followed it in the news, and they found her not guilty, and I was like, okay. I didn't follow it at all.
I did
and then
back to it.
What's that?
I went back to it and rewatched it.
Nicholas and I are going to do the Jodi Arias
Be
case.
good.
We're going to rewatch that. We're going to set some streams up probably in June when this trial's done. We're going to do it like 2 or 3 days a week, set days and times.
Yeah. Yeah, Zachary Anderson hit me hard because I did have a family member that got convicted of a crime he didn't commit and spent time in jail. Nothing crazy like life like these people, but still, it ruins a lot of your life. A year or life. I mean, it ruins people's lives.
Yeah. No, it does. Let's see. Yeah, it did go a little blurry.
It's a word for maintenance.
It's blurry on my feed.
We got a best.
Oh, good. All right, for the jury, please.
On my chair.
Yeah. It's in the, it's admins.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness,
I didn't
please.
watch it.
Yeah, we would call Detective Tim Farrell to the stand.
Tim Farrell.
I did, and I agree, Billy. That was shocking also.
It's spelled like Will Farrell.
Detective Farrell, step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
Detective Timothy Farrell. That's Ferrell. I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
3.
Back in January of 2020, what were your assigned roles with the sheriff's office?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Unit within the Investigations Division.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
I was.
And back on January 28th of 2020, was one of your duties or assignments to go out and search 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And why were you going out to search that residence?
Initially, the call came in as a missing juvenile endangered, which is why it got referred to investigation. So we went out to try to figure out where the child had gone, whether we could find any evidence, whether they ran away, whatever the case might be. So we were just trying to figure out what exactly happened to see whether we were able to gather any evidence.
Did you have any idea what you were looking for when you went out there?
Not at that point, no.
About what time did you get out there on the 28th? Do you recall?
The house, I believe it was around 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Who was there when you got there? Do you remember?
Besides the other detectives, I believe Harley was the only other person on scene at that time.
Did you know whether or not Lena, the 8-year-old child, had already been taken to go be interviewed?
I'm not sure on that now.
As you're out there on the 28th, you said around 10 p.m., were you getting information from the police department, the sheriff's office, as to the investigation, as to items you may want to look for, things like that?
Yes, through the sergeant.
Were people being interviewed at the sheriff's office and giving information and relaying it back to you as to what you should be looking for?
Yes, they were.
So what did you know prior to going into the residence at 6627?
I knew that patrol had been called in the day prior for a runaway. They had not found any evidence as far as had not found the child on scene, hadn't been able to locate him. And beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot of information when we got there. Once we arrived on scene, the information was pretty sporadic at that point. We didn't have a whole lot to go on.
So what was the game plan? What'd you do when you got there?
Basically, we went in and took photographs of the entire scene. One of the other detectives took those. And then we basically just went through looking for something or anything out of the ordinary or something that might help point us toward where he might have went or what had happened.
And did you and your fellow detectives search the entire house, every room in the house?
Yes, we did.
Um, did you find any loose shell casings that look like they'd been expended from a gun?
I did not know.
Would that be something that would be unusual or suspicious if you found a shell casing on a floor somewhere?
Yes, it would.
Did you see any blood in the house?
Not visually, no.
Would that again be something that would be suspicious, draw your attention to that?
Yes, it would.
You said you went through and you took photographs within the house.
Oh, I heard about that guy.
Did you take photographs of the exterior and the interior of the house?
I believe so. It was another detective that
Homemade
took
summary.
photographs.
Killed the reporter in it.
Would you recognize those photographs if you saw them again?
Yes, I would.
In front of you to your right are a stack of photographs. If you could take a look at those, and for the record, those would be People's Exhibit 240, 241, 242 through 245, 247, 248, 250, 251, and we'll stop at 251 when you get there.
No worries. You can watch my interview though. It's on my channel. It was a good interview with Solomon.
Have you had a chance to look at those pictures?
I have.
And what are those pictures of?
That's the inside of the residence. Appears to be mostly of the laundry room area.
And are there pictures of some Nike shoes that are on a washing machine?
Yes, there are.
And do all those pictures, I'll be specific for the record, People's Exhibit 240 through 245, 247, 248, 250, and 251, do they all depict the laundry room at 6627 Mandan Drive as it looked like on the night of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
And are we moved to admit those particular exhibits?
Defense?
Objection.
No objection.
Exhibits 240 through 245.
That's the
247, 248, 250, and 251 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish 240.
Go ahead.
I like the other guy better. He was so much more peppy.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 240 here on the TV screens?
This is the entrance from the garage into the laundry room.
And could you, we got a stick pointer up there. Spans, do you see that anywhere? Yeah. Can you just kind of point out some things that I asked you about? For instance, can you point out the entry to the garage in this photograph? In this story here. And do you see a dryer or a washer there on the right? And is there appear to be a shoe rack there on the left?
Yes, it does right here.
And this is what it looked like when you got there on the 28th?
Yes, it does.
We can go to 241, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 241?
That is the washer and dryer in the laundry room.
And do you know which one is the washer and which one's the dryer?
I believe the one on the left is the washer.
He's guessing.
And
Did she wash bloody
to ask you
clothes?
to speak up loudly because when you're facing the TV, voice is going that way and people. So let's go to People's Exhibit 242 at this time. What do we see in People's Exhibit 242?
Large mound of clothing on top of the washer and the dryer.
And is that what it looked like when you initially got to the residence?
Yes, it does.
And did you do anything to look through this clothing?
Myself personally, no.
Did anybody do that?
Detective John Price did.
And were you there when he was doing that?
I was not there when he was initially looking through it, but he called me up once he was looking through that.
And why did he call you up? Do you know?
He found a pair of shoes with that seemed out of place to him with a pink residue on the bottom of the soles.
We go to 243, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 243?
A little bit closer shot over top of the washer.
244? What do we see in 244?
These are the shoes that Detective Price pointed out to me.
And is that what they look like when you got into the laundry room?
Yes.
And you talked about some kind of, did you say pink substance on the bottom of these shoes?
Correct.
What did you think that substance was?
There was suspicion that it was possibly blood and had been attempted been washed, but had soaked into the sole issue.
Why did you have a suspicion of that?
Just based on our experience and the time that we've seen blood-soaked clothing, it just seemed out of place. It seemed very strange to us at that point.
So is this one of the
Find it
instances that
hard
we were talking about when we started out?
to
that you
joke around
didn't
with this
necessarily
case.
know what you were looking for, but if you saw something out of the ordinary, you're gonna make note of it?
Yes.
And so what did you do upon seeing these shoes?
We photographed those, and then I also took swabs of the bottom of both of the shoes.
And in this particular shoe, which shoe is which?
This is the left foot, and that would be the right foot.
If they were already
Could
closed,
you point out on the right foot
washed,
any
I definitely got
areas of
DNA off of it.
discoloration that you've been talking about?
Right up through here. This picture is a little hard to see, but basically
It was like the Elon Musk
indentations
of
the
Denmark.
Pattern of the sole, there was the pink residue.
If we can go to People's Exhibit 245, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 245?
This is where it had soaked into the foam on the shoe and gave that discoloration all throughout it.
And just so the record's clear, you're using a pointer to point out looks like in the middle of the shoe where there's a crease. You're saying there's some discoloration there?
Correct.
Is that the area that you swabbed with regards to the right bottom of the shoe?
Correct, right up in this area here.
And if you would resume your seat, there's a brown envelope marked 246. I believe it's going to be on your right-hand side. Do you see that?
Uh, 246. Okay, there we go.
246. You got that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
It states that it's one package of 2 swabs from women's black and white Nike shoes.
And is that the swab that you took from this shoe?
Yes, it is.
And how do you know that?
Because I placed it into this envelope, and it was later taken to evidence and then inputted into evidence by Detective Perry.
And you need to open that up to know that that's what's in that envelope.
No.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 246.
I feel like if they only find
That's-
DNA on that shoe, it's not important enough.
Exhibit 246 will be
They
admitted.
live
Go ahead.
together.
We can now publish 247, please.
You would want to find blood.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 247?
This appears to be the other shoe, and also has the pink residue and various indentations on the shoe.
In 248? What do we see in 248?
This is the heel of the shoe, and again, there's more pink residue in all of the low areas and indentations of the shoe.
And did you swab those areas with regards to this shoe as well?
Correct.
And now we're talking about the bottom of the left shoe.
Yes.
She went on
And
his
if there's
oven,
another
didn't
brown
tell.
envelope, hopefully it's still there,
What do you think was gonna
249.
happen?
Correct.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 249?
It states it's one package of 2 swabs for women's black and white Nike shoes.
And are those the swabs you took from the shoes we just looked at?
Yes.
And you need to open that envelope to see that those are the swabs.
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 249.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
Exhibit 249 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can go to 250 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 250?
This was a pink towel that was in the washer.
Originally white.
Next to or underneath where the shoes were at.
And was that the only thing that was in the washer at the time?
Yes, it was.
We can go to 251, please. What do we see in 251?
Again, this is the pink towel that was inside of the washer.
Did you notice any red discoloration on that towel or anything suspicious with regards to that towel?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Are you just annotating that there's one towel in the washer and you're taking a picture of it?
Correct.
Now I'd like
That
you to
doesn't
look
look
at the
like
next
there's
series
really
of photographs that are in front of you. They haven't been admitted yet. They're going to be in front of you. There's 252 through
There's ER.
258, and then 260 and 261.
I started going down that road, especially when we started calling the defense attorney Eeyore, and then I was like, it's just we're talking about the murder of a child, and Winnie the Pooh up there. I can't do it.
Have you had a chance to look at those photographs?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs are the beginning of those are in the family room in the basement, which is an area of the carpet that had been cut out. There's also appeared to be burn marks on the couch. The other photographs are of the trash cans, which are in the backyard of the residence.
And what about 260 and 261? Are those close-ups of the trash cans?
Yes, they are.
And do all those photographs accurately depict the items you said they depict from January 28th, 2020, from 6627 basement area and then the outside area where the trash cans are?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 252 through 258, 260, and 261.
Mr. Cook?
No objection to those being admitted.
Exhibits 258 252 through 258 and 260 and 261 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
It's the only reason I wanted Eeyore up
We're going
there
to publish
is the defense
252
attorney.
now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 252?
This is the couch downstairs in the family room. There was actually some carpet that was covering us up, and when we moved it, because it wasn't actually tacked down or anything, this is what we found, that it appeared to be an area that had burnt through. The carpet had been cut out, and then this is the padding under the carpet that appeared to have been melted down to the concrete, which is what the white part is here. The areas over here on the couch appeared to have melted through the couch liner cover, and appeared to possibly be a waxy substance that was left on there.
So there was actually a fire.
And prior to going to the residence on
that part of
January
her story
28th,
was true.
2020, did you have any information about a candle being fallen over and causing the fire?
Initial information from the sergeant on scene, that information had been passed over or passed to him from the office, that there had possibly been a fire in the basement caused by a candle.
And is that why you're documenting, taking photos of this area?
Yes, it is.
And did you bring that dog with you?
No.
Did you tell him to pose there or something, or just happens?
He was photogenic that day.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
People's Exhibit 253. What do we see in People's Exhibit 253?
This is the couch, and this is the waxy substance that we noticed on the couch. These are holes within the fabric on the couch itself, as well as down through here with that wax substance as well.
254. What do we see in 254?
So this is approximately a 2 foot by 2 foot square of the carpet that was cut out. This is the padding underneath that carpet that had appeared to be either burned or melted through, and this is the bare concrete on the floor, and this appears to be a section that was burned.
And when you're there on the 28th, can you smell anything?
No, I could not.
Did it smell like this fire had been recent, or you have noted that in your report?
I didn't smell anything at that point.
And based on what you're seeing here, was it consistent with a candle falling over and burning right through the carpet, through the pad, and to the concrete?
Based on what I saw there, yes.
Okay. And did you make efforts to find, for instance, this piece of carpet that had been burned?
Yes, we did.
So we can go to People's Exhibit 255 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 255?
These are trash cans that were in the backyard on the side of the house.
And so, just for the jury's benefit, would it have been on the, which side direction-wise, north, south, east, west?
Trying to remember, I believe it would be east, but it's been a while since I've been out there.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 256. What do we see in People's Exhibit 256?
This is a trash bag that was on top of one of the trash cans, and on the top of it, when we first opened it, this appears to be melted part of the carpet and the padding that was also taken out from underneath.
And so, would this be in the backyard of that residence?
Yes.
Is it fenced in completely?
Yes, it is, with a 6 foot privacy fence.
And was there a gate with a padlock on it just on the other side of this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So we can go to People's Exhibit 257. What do we see in 257?
This is a approximately 2 foot by 2 foot square of carpet that was pulled from that trash can. And on that carpet, this was a burned area with what I believe to be possibly a wax substance. This is actually a hole burnt through the carpet itself.
And 258? What do we see in People's Exhibit 258?
Same piece of carpet, just a little bit closer up shot. This is the hole that was burned through the carpet, and then there's more red substance that appeared to be part of the wax or whatever substance had melted onto the carpet.
You want to maybe approach a witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 259. So you can recognize 259.
Yes, I do.
What is People's Exhibit 259?
This is the piece of carpet that's pictured in that photograph.
And does it actually, does it look like as it did when you packaged it back on January 28, 2020?
Yes, it does.
To admit People's Exhibit 259?
Mr. Cook,
No.
Exhibit 259 will be admitted.
Request that Detective Farrell publish that for the jury so the jury can see it.
Fine.
You wouldn't mind just standing out here and just holding it up so the jury can see what we're talking about? May want to, yeah, just walk over here to these guys.
Yep.
Can we publish People's Exhibit 260 now, please? What do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
There were questions
Hold on.
from
You've
the
already-
defense about
260 was
burns.
the photograph.
260 and 261, I believe, are in. I
Said-
admitted
They
those.
are.
Okay.
Oh,
Can't-
okay. Go ahead.
So what do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
This is the second trash can, and in this trash can is a candle that was on top of the trash can.
In People's Exhibit 261?
That's the candle that we pulled out of that trash can.
And was there anything inside the candle when you pulled it out?
Right inside of here, it appeared to be some sort of fabric. Unsure of what it was, as it didn't appear to match the carpet or the couch.
And there's a brown paper bag in front of you that's labeled People's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the candle.
You need gloves to open that.
If I was to open it, yes,
Doesn't sound like you want to open it.
not particularly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is what's in 262 the same thing we see in the photograph, 261?
Yes, it is.
Did the witness
You need
just
to
say,
open
no, I'm
that
not
to
opening
know
that?
It's in the same general condition, or is it still sealed as it was when you packaged?
It's still sealed.
I thought that's what I heard.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 262 at this time.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 262 will be admitted.
Why don't we go ahead and open it? I'll get you some gloves, okay? There's some.
Sorry, witness, you're gonna
Right
open
there.
it.
I can approach you just to move some of the items.
That's
out of the
fine.
way.
Is that you, Jamie, the cars?
Sorry,
Where's
can
that?
you hear that? Wow.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was the cord or not.
No, it's
Yeah, no objection.
getting off work time. We're just speeding by.
Go ahead and open them up, please.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna call the therapist. I don't know the therapist's name. There is a witness list out there, but I don't know the therapist's name to know.
Okay, for the record, you pulled out an item from that exhibit, and what is that?
This is the candle that was in the photograph.
Can you just hold that up high so everybody in the jury can see that? And looking inside the candle, is that cloth material still in there?
Yes, it is.
You know what that is by looking at it now?
It looks like it
Hi,
possibly might
Jennifer.
be a
Have
sock.
Good day.
See you,
Go ahead
Jennifer.
and repackage that the best you can, and I'll help you out with it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think x-rays
You may.
necessarily would tell the whole story. I kind of feel like Al would have testified to some of that. He would have said, you know,
Did you also go
at the time I
into
didn't think, but in
Gannon's
hindsight,
bedroom to do a search?
Yes, I did.
And what did you note when you went into Gannon's bedroom, if anything?
The bedroom seemed to be very clean. There was not a whole lot out of place that I noticed in the bedroom. The only thing of note that I noticed at that point was on the inside handle of the bedroom door, there was a brown smear on the handle.
Could you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
Myself, no.
And what do you say yourself? Did someone else smell something?
Detective V. Hill, Peter V. Hill smelled and told me.
Sustained.
Detective V. Hill is going to be up next. Okay, we'll cover that with him. In front of you, there's some photographs 263 through 270. Can you take a look at those?
I don't know if it was because he missed his mom. He said that, and maybe it wasn't quite clear, but he said that there was an incident with Letecia that he went after her or she went after him or something.
Yes, I
and he thought
And what are
therapy would be
People's
good.
Exhibit 263 through 270?
These are pictures of Gannon's bedroom.
And do they accurately depict Gannon's bedroom as it looked back on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 263 through 270.
They just abandoned the
Cook?
death penalty in Colorado, I think last year.
It's 263 to 270 will be admitted.
Request to publish 263.
You may go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 263?
So this is the far left corner of the bedroom, and this is the bed that was in there that was, we believe to be Gannon's bed.
And this photograph would have been taken on January 28th, 2020.
Yes, it was.
How about 264? What do we see here?
This is the mattress from Gannon's bed, with the blankets and sheets taken off of it.
And why did you take the blankets and sheets off the bed?
Based on one of the other detectives, took it off just to see if there was anything of note on the mattress itself.
265? What do we see on 265?
There's a discoloration on the far back left corner of the mattress here. We were unsure of what it was at that point.
And were you again receiving information from the sheriff's office as to what people were saying about Gannon and being interviewed?
Correct. We had received some information that he did have issues with sometimes having accidents using the restroom in the bed.
Maybe
now,
they
as you're
passed
going
the
through the
law
house
last
on
year,
January 28th and
and
you're
it's
in
not in effect
Gannon's
yet.
bedroom and you see this red substance on his mattress, did you have any idea of what had happened to Gannon at that point?
Not at that point, no.
You can go to People's Exhibit 264 or 266, I'm sorry. What do we see in 266?
This is the edge of the mattress with it just flipped up. This is what we saw in the prior picture, and then this is the side of it that faced toward the wall.
So that side of it would have been on the wall where we see the plug back in the background?
That is correct.
Go to 267. What do we see on 267?
Here we noticed there was some sort of spot here that we weren't sure what it was, but we decided to photograph it.
268? Is that a close-up of what we saw in 267?
Yes, it is.
And someone's using a ruler to demonstrate?
Yes, it is.
269? What do we see on 269?
So this is the inside of Gannon's door. When we got there, the door was actually open all the way to the wall. When I looked behind the door and opened it to see if there was anything back here, I noticed this brown smear on the handle right here.
270.
Sounds like she didn't do a
What
good
do we
job.
see in
cleaning up.
270?
This again is the door handle with the brown smear right here.
Now, by the time you're in Gannon's bedroom on the 28th, had you received any information as to the version of events the defendant was giving as to what took place in this house?
From what I understood, I wasn't given everything. Most of that was going through the sergeants. We had a lot of moving pieces. But from what I understood is we were starting to get some conflicting stories about what had happened.
When you started your search, did you start your search as looking for a kid who may be a runaway or missing versus something else by the times you ended your search?
Yes, we did.
In front of you, you have some more photographs. We have 271 through 272. Do you see those?
I think you misspoke. You only referenced 2.
Yeah, just 271, 272. We're going to get to the other ones in a sec.
Lots
Oh,
and
he was
lots of
just looking
lies.
through a
for
lot
sure.
of photographs, so okay.
Yes, I do.
Do you have 270, 271 and 272?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs of firearms that I located in the master bedroom closet.
And why did you document those as photographs?
Just because something seemed off. We couldn't put a finger on what was wrong or what we were seeing exactly. But something seemed off. So anytime we run across firearms and we don't know what's going on, we generally try to document them.
I thought the husband.
And do those photos
announced they
accurately
took them all
depict
out.
those firearms as you saw them on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit 271 and 272.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
271 and 272 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Press the publish 271, please.
Mank, go ahead.
No objection.
So where was this gun that we see in 271 located?
I believe this one, I don't remember exactly whether it was under the bed or in the closet on this one.
Biting your nails is not going to leave that much.
In the master bedroom, though.
And what kind of gun is that, do you know?
That's a shotgun.
And 272? What do we see in 272?
If she hasn't
This is
already
a
got
shotgun
one.
as well, and this is an AR style short barrel rifle. Or AR pistol, actually.
And where were these guns located?
These were located in the master bedroom closet.
And did you find any handguns in that residence on the 28th?
I did not know.
You can take that down, thanks.
I thought
And then I
that
want to turn your attention
husband said
to
he got 'em all out
January
already.
29th of 2020. Were you at the sheriff's office when the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was supposed to come down and be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And were you there when in fact she did show up to be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
You have an opportunity to go out and see what vehicle she came to the sheriff's office with.
Yes, I did. I went out to the parking garage and located her vehicle on the first floor of the parking garage.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That is a Volkswagen Tiguan SUV.
And did you notice anything unusual about the vehicle when you located it?
When we located it, the vehicle was actually still dripping water off of it, like it had just been washed. There was no rain. It was completely dry outside. So that struck us as very odd.
And why was that odd?
We've been trying, from what I understand, the other detectives have been trying to get her to come in for an interview for quite some time. And then when she showed up with a vehicle, it's freshly washed.
I want to see this interview video.
And did you photograph that vehicle?
I did not. Another detective did.
Were you there when it was photographed, and would you recognize those photographs if you saw them?
Yes, I was.
I'll have you take a look at People's Exhibit 273 through 276. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
These are the photographs of the vehicle that I found that Ms. Stauch drove to the office.
And do they actually depict the car as you saw it back then with water on it and parked in the garage?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 273 through 276.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 273 through 276 will be admitted.
No
Go ahead.
objection.
We'll publish 273, please.
No objection.
Okay.
Can you kind of
but-
point out in People's Exhibit
What's that?
273 with your pointer what we see here?
This is the vehicle. It's parked nose first into the parking space. And you can notice on, kind of hard on this one, but you can notice the water spots in several areas as well as water that was dripping down off the vehicle in several areas. It'd only been there for less than 5 minutes by the time I got there.
Now, when you went and saw this vehicle for the first time, did you have a camera on you?
I believe the other detective had to go back in and get a camera.
So it took some time to
Thank
get
you
the
for
camera and
keeping
come
an eye
back
out. That's
out
great.
before we actually took the photos.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
If we
for
can go to
watching
274 now.
and
What do we see in
participating
274?
and liking and sharing.
This is the hood of the vehicle with water drops still all over the top of the hood.
In 275?
This is the top of the vehicle that as the vehicle dried, I noticed the top was still covered in dirt and dust.
Was it apparent that whoever washed the vehicle didn't wash the top part of the vehicle?
That's correct.
What's
And did you notice
interesting,
that right away when you saw the vehicle?
Brittany,
Once it started to dry, yes.
everything she does, she thinks is helping her
276.
situation, and it makes it so much worse.
What do we see in 276?
This is just a picture taken from the back to include all the dirt and dust that was on top of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to get inside that vehicle right away?
We did not know.
Did you have to get a search warrant to eventually get in and search that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Did you search that or someone else search that?
I was there when it was searched by the FBI's evidence recovery team.
Do you know whether or not the inside of the back storage area, the luggage area, had that been washed out?
Unsure of whether it had been washed out, but they didn't find really much of anything in the back.
I now want to turn your attention to January 30th of 2020. Were you part of a surveillance team that was watching the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt?
Yes, I was.
You see the defendant, Letecia Stauch, in the courtroom today.
I do.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's in that corner over there wearing, it looks like a light pink sweater or shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Why were you guys going out to conduct surveillance on the defendant and her daughter?
At that point, more information had been gathered that were making the lead detectives on the case a little more suspicious about what was going on. We weren't able to determine exactly what had happened yet, but we were concerned based on her actions and how she was reacting that there might be something more than what we knew at that point.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Well, when you
Everything she
say
does
suspicious,
sinks
were
her.
you aware whether or not the defendant had been taken to Memorial Hospital for what's called a SANE examination?
I was vaguely aware, yes.
She had an
Were you aware that she
evaluation
gave a statement and said that she
before
was
even
right?
being charged.
Yes, I was.
It makes sense that she would then be taken for a SANE examination after that statement.
Yes, it would.
Were you aware that she left the hospital?
I believe they had told us that she had left, but I wasn't involved with that, so I wasn't sure of, I didn't know all the details on that.
Was that part of the reason why you were conducting a surveillance? Because she now became a person of interest, so to speak?
Yeah, it was at that point where I was advised they were actually writing and seeking a search warrant to collect the cell phone of Harley as well as her vehicle.
So talk to the jury about the surveillance. What did you see happen? Did you follow them anywhere and things like that?
We were at a residence down near, not too far actually from the house where they had been staying. We were all in unmarked vehicles. Her and Harley got in the vehicle. They drove around town for quite some time. We followed them. We had numerous vehicles that were following them so that they wouldn't know we were there. They ending up in a parking lot up in the area of Woodman and North Academy is where they stopped, and they went into a store there.
But this store would have been the Marshalls over there?
Yes, it would.
And so what happened when they went in the store? What did the surveillance people do?
So we had undercover officers as well that were in plain clothes that followed them into the store and were maintaining eyes on them to see where the cell phone was.
Now, in the
Source
meantime,
ran
were
from the
others drafting warrants for Harley's white Jetta and Harley Hunt's cell phone?
Yes, they were. And while they were in the store, I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrants had been signed for the vehicle and for the cell phone, and I was ordered to seize them.
And what does that mean when you're ordered to seize something?
We take the vehicle, impound it to our evidence facility. We take the cell phone and place it into evidence. And then we would seek a warrant to then get the contents of that cell phone.
So what happens, let's start with what happens when the defendant comes out of the marshal's.
So the defendant came out of the marshals by herself. While inside of the marshals, we were getting reports from the undercover agents that both her and Harley were both using the cell phone while we were in there. They lost sight of them in the store, so they didn't know who had the cell phone at that point. Ms. Stauch come out of the store by herself, walking toward the vehicle. We had determined that we didn't want to let her get back in the vehicle because that becomes much more dangerous for the public when they're in control of a heavy object like that. So it was determined that we would stop her prior to getting to that vehicle to prevent her from entering it and then it turning into something more. As she walked down toward the vehicle, one of the undercover officers from our Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Unit at that point, he had a thrower vest on with sheriff in big white letters on the front of the vest, pulled in between her and the white Jetta and stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, I was pulling my vehicle in between her and the store to prevent her from getting back in the store. As soon as she saw him, she turned and bolted north through the parking lot and actually passed my vehicle.
Was this Sergeant Ganstein that got out of his vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And when you say she turned around and bolted, what did she do?
She took off running at a full sprint and he was chasing her through the parking lot.
So what did you do when you saw that?
I threw my car in the park, jumped out, started giving her commands, started following her, chasing her through the parking lot, and she was ignoring my commands at that point.
And how were you dressed that day?
I was in a khaki pants, a black polo that has my name on it, as well as a badge on the left side, and I also had my badge on my belt as well.
And you wear that why?
To be readily identifiable as law enforcement.
And did she acknowledge you as she ran by you? Did she look at you?
No, she did not.
And so what did you do next as she ran by you?
As she was running toward another store, I drew my firearm and gave her commands again. She turned her head, and when she saw the firearm, she stopped and started complying with commands.
When you say she saw the firearm, did she look directly at your firearm?
She looked directly back at me over her shoulder, and when she saw it, she stopped.
So how soon after you drew your firearm did she stop?
Almost immediately.
Say anything as you drew your firearm?
I was giving her commands to stop at the sheriff's office. Once she stopped, then I gave her commands to get down on the ground and essentially had her lay on her stomach until Sergeant Ganstein was able to get there and then place her in the handcuffs.
Was the game plan to arrest her at that point?
No, it was not, and I informed her of that.
Why'd you draw your gun?
At that point, I had no idea
question,
what she was doing or what she was planning on where she was going.
She was
was
walking
headed
away
toward a
from you,
crowded building. We didn't know if she had the cell phone, and at that point, we believed something had happened to Gannon. We just didn't know what, and we believed she was the person of interest in that.
Was it unusual for someone under those circumstances to bolt once they see a police officer?
Yes, it is.
Was it unusual for them to stop once they see you draw your firearm?
No, it's not.
Why is that?
Generally, when people see a law enforcement officer draw their firearm and point it at them, they in most cases, obey commands at that point.
I think she would have stopped if you didn't draw your firearm.
No, I don't.
Sustained. Sustained. Jury will disregard the
It was
answer.
a good objection.
Well, why'd you draw your firearm?
To get her
Asked
to
and
stop.
answered. Object. Asked and answered.
Based on your interaction with Miss Stauch out there at Marshall's parking lot, did she seem to understand what you were saying to her? For instance, when you placed her in handcuffs and things like that.
Yes, she did.
Did she acknowledge you as a police officer?
Yes.
After you drew your firearm, did she obey your commands?
Yes, she did.
And did you have to calm her down at all?
I explained to her once we got her in handcuffs, we stood her up and I explained to her she's not under arrest. She's just being detained. We had a search warrant to seize the cell phone and the car. And at that point, she acknowledged and then she didn't say another word to me at that point.
What happened when Harley came out of anything?
She started yelling over toward Harley as other officers escorted Harley out of the store.
What was she yelling? And when you say
I
she,
feel like
you're
it might
referring
have
to
been a
the
little
defendant?
excessive.
Yes,
with
I
her
am.
gun.
What was she saying?
From my best recollection, she was shouting, "Don't tell them anything."
Because she understands the difference between right and
And
wrong.
did Harley tell you anything?
I did not speak with Harley at all.
Do you know if she spoke to anybody?
I'm unsure. I don't think she did.
Okay.
I don't feel like she's an Olympic.
Did you go back and
sprinter
assist in a
except for
search of
water.
6627 Mandan Drive on February 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Was this a more thorough search now?
Yes, it was.
Were members of the crime lab there as well to collect evidence?
Yes, they were.
You have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. We have no video of it. They testified earlier that nobody had body cam. But the fact that the prosecution is bringing it up leads me to believe that this has been discussed many times.
Back on March 9th of 2020, did you have an opportunity to review some video surveillance from a Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado that was dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And why were you reviewing that?
I was advised that the video had been collected as the defendant had been caught on video going into the store purchasing something, and they wanted to confirm whether or not it was her.
And were you able to confirm whether or not you saw the defendant in that surveillance video dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And what was she doing?
She went into the store, walked around, looked at a few things, picked up something near the electronics department, checked out there. And then she walked out the front doors, stopped. They checked her bag and her receipt, and then she walked out, got into the vehicle outside, and they left.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant, Letecia Stauch.
He says it wrong again. That's it. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm going to sit back
He
down now.
needs some Mountain Dew before court or something.
The Nike tennis shoes that we saw in the exhibits from the laundry room at the Mandan Drive house, did you actually take swab samples of the underside of the shoes at where the pink staining was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you take samples, are we talking about a Q-tip swab?
It's a pair of sterile Q-tip swabs that are used.
Okay. And I take it you have gloves on, and then you put the, I don't know what you would call it, the used Q-tips or the Q-tip swabs that have been already used to sample, you put them in an envelope or something secure. So
After we swab whatever we're swabbing with those, we put them back into the open
I feel like this is the wrong
package that
place
they
to
came out of,
lead.
and then those go into a manila envelope, which is then sealed.
okay.
Ask him what he did. Leave it open-ended.
Why do you put them back into the
Then
manila
challenge.
envelope and seal those?
Because we only use them to sample one item.
Okay. And you want to have a pure sample or an uncontaminated sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Don't reinforce his
And
position.
if you put those in and you took the samples, what were these samples eventually tested for, if anything?
I'm unaware of that. I wasn't the one that submitted them.
Okay. Could these samples have been tested for DNA, blood, poisons? I mean, it's a whole host of things that they could have been tested for, correct?
Those options are out there, yes.
Okay. Who makes the decision on what testing is done on a sample that was taken?
Generally, the lead detective on the case.
Okay.
In conjunction with the lab.
Who was the overall lead detective on this case with Gannon Stauch?
I think you're showing your age, Dave, with this question. I haven't gotten that in
Drawing a
years.
blank on her name right now.
Gone
She's
now.
no longer with us. It's Detective Bethel.
Detective Bethel. Okay. And was she the lead detective from beginning to end of this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you state she's no longer with us. Does that mean she's no longer with the El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office?
Correct. She's no longer employed by us.
Okay. Is she still working in law enforcement, or do you even know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Well, cook
So
it for.
she's the lead detective. I know there's sergeants, lieutenants that have been endorsed and have testified already.
I knew you were older than me.
Sergeants and lieutenants are above even the detective.
With that
correct?
question, for sure.
That is correct.
Okay. So even above Detective Bethel, who was the overall leader of this investigation?
Overseeing it from the office in conjunction with her at that time was Lieutenant Mahalko.
Okay. So this lieutenant was the overall in charge person.
In conjunction with Detective Bethel, yes.
Okay. Now, before you went out to the house on Mandan Drive, on January 28th, you said you went out there about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Before you went out there, you had already done some work. You had interviewed a Braden Gilliland, an Andrew Conant, Conant, and a Peyton Cerrillos, Cerrillos. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And also, just within a few hours of you going out to Mandan Drive on that date, you also interviewed Genevicia Gagan. First name is Jennavecia. Last name is Gagan, Gay.
All the names, please. Juries
Gan.
love that.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at that point, after you had interviewed these individuals, you went to Gannon's house.
Sometime later, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to use At the Helm Against the Current. I might change the name of the show. I like that.
It is very catchy.
My tagline.
Is he
And
done?
so you told Mr. Young
You fell asleep at the lecture.
during direct examination that you had some baseline of information that you had received when you went on the 28th.
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, the day before on January 27th, there had been at least 3 El Paso County Sheriff's deputies that had gone through the house and did a search, and they were looking for Gannon.
What we were informed is they had taken a case for runaway as they'd been called out there. And they had done a walkthrough on the house, which is pretty standard because kids like to sometimes go in places and hide where their parents can't find them. And then that's why we check those areas.
Okay. And as a detective, I see you're in a suit and tie. Do you ever wear a uniform? Or since you're a detective, do you wear plain clothes?
Generally plain clothes or the khaki pants and black shirt. Polo.
Okay. Okay. Do you ever wear a body camera?
At that time, we were not issued them, no.
Okay. Have you been issued a body camera now?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you wear it with your plain clothes?
I do with the khakis and polo, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to get you some.
Now you assisted in surveillance of Letecia Stauch and her daughter Harley Hunt. Is that what your testimony was earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was the address where that was done?
Where it started, I'd have to refer to my report. I don't remember the exact number or street.
Okay. And you were working with Sergeant Christopher Ganstein?
He was one of them, yes.
He was one of them. Was he the one leading this surveillance?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Trying
And
to figure out where he's
he's
going with this.
at that time was with V&I?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does V&I mean?
Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence.
Okay. Were you part of V&I at that time, or are you part of V&I now?
I was not, and I am not now.
Okay. So ultimately, you understood the purpose of this was to get Harley Hunt's phone, which there was a warrant, correct?
Yes.
And to get the white Jetta and impound it, which there was a warrant for that Harley Hunt had been driving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else were you supposed to do, or were those the two main tasks?
Those were the two main tasks.
Okay.
Completed successfully.
If you were outside this
I might add.
residence where the Jetta was, and you had Harley Hunt and Miss Stout both come out and sit in the car, why didn't you just stop the situation then, or light them up and go and seize the phone in the car at that point? Why go through this big rigmarole of driving around, following them, having people in a Marshall store?
You had another witness testify why.
Letting them get out into public. Why do that?
We didn't have a search warrant yet signed by a judge.
Okay. And when did the search warrant come through?
I don't know the exact time. I was informed when we were at the Marshalls and I was sitting outside prior to Letecia Stauch exiting the door. I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrant had been signed, and that's when I was directed to collect the items.
Okay. Now, Letecia Stauch was a suspect or a person of interest at this time, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And her daughter,
Which
Harley
one?
Hunt, was a suspect or a person of interest also at this time, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
You should make the distinction. The other witness did.
And in fact, the warrants were only for items that belonged to Harley Hunt, her cell phone and her vehicle.
Correct.
Okay.
You can confuse the issue if you ask this witness.
On that date that you were describing,
Which
you
one she
weren't
was.
out there collecting, you weren't out to arrest Letecia Stauch, and you weren't out to seize any evidence of hers or any items of hers, correct?
Correct.
Playing with Google Translate, are you Junie B. Jones?
On January
I like it.
31st,
I'm going to keep it.
you assisted in the execution of a search warrant for a Kia Rio. Can you tell the jury what a Kia Rio is?
It's a small sedan.
Okay, so it's an automobile.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
And you
What
searched this vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
I did
clarify
not.
that's an
The
automobile.
FBI's evidence response or recovery team searched the vehicle.
Okay. But there was evidence that was collected from the search of this vehicle.
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you actually entered the evidence seized from this Kia Rio into the El Paso County Sheriff's Evidence Facility, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And it looks like it was a few items, a Kia Rio engine air filter, one, a Kia Rio cabin air filter, one, swab of passenger side rear headrest, soil debris from driver's side rear wheel well, swab from interior driver's side rear door handle. So it looked like there were different swabs that were taken from, I'm not going to go over everything. that's
Interesting that they
taken,
took the air filters out.
but it looks like there was swabs taken from different parts of the vehicle and trace evidence quadrant E, D, C, B, and A. Do you recall logging that evidence at the sheriff's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Anything that's offered in the chat is there's no copyright claim. It's not a contract.
On February 1st of 2020, you did some follow-up on a 2016 Nissan Frontier pickup truck, correct?
Yes, I did.
And was it your information that that pickup truck had been seized or taken in from the Mandan Drive evidence address and actually was registered to Al Stauch?
He actually drove it to the evidence facility and turned it in.
Okay, so he turned it in, but your information was that it did in fact belong to him. He owned it and it was registered to him.
Yes.
Okay. And you entered into evidence information that was collected from this vehicle. It looks like you took in some 4 trace evidence filters, 2 cabin air filters from the Nissan Frontier, an engine air filter from the Frontier, swabs from different spots of the truck bed. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different swabs from different locations in the Frontier truck bed were taken in, and other trace evidence. Is that correct?
So yes.
Okay.
I can't with him.
I have no idea what he's doing. He's basically reinforcing the case.
Do you know if Harley Hunt was handcuffed inside the store?
I don't know.
Okay. It said in your report, your information was that she was detained, though.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say detained, a person that's detained by police, while they may not be under arrest, they can't just walk away, can they?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you equipped with a taser at the time of this incident where you drew your firearm?
Objection on irrelevance.
Mr. Cook?
Could we approach?
All right.
You know, there's a saying, when the facts are on your side, you bang on the facts. When the law is on your side, you bang on the law. And when neither is on your side, you bang on the table. This guy's not banging on anything. I don't know what he's doing.
I like when he leans down real close to his paper.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, well, in addition to the things you already testified that you collected, you also collected all this other good stuff, right? I don't know. I just don't know where he's going with this.
Yeah, we could definitely have taken a.
In the way he asks about collecting, the process of collecting the samples wasn't addressed during direct. So if you're going to cross on that, ask him open-ended. And then if he doesn't testify that he put gloves on or
The
sealed
objection
in a
is
bag,
sustained.
you can challenge it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very boring.
Boring.
Like, does he need some glasses? Does he got to see his paper?
I don't know if this is gonna hit me or not.
Mr. Young asked you about evidence that was collected from a Walmart in Trinidad that you reviewed on March the 9th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the standard now. He's not walking out the door. So
Did you collect evidence from the Walmart in Trinidad?
I did not.
Okay, but you reviewed it all.
Yes, I
he
did.
is.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, the way he's leaning down with his hand on his head, it just looks unprofessional to me.
It's like, oh god.
You took screenshots of the video.
I feel like I have to ask.
It looks like in your report you indicated the video you were reviewing from Walmart, you did take screenshots.
I'd have to review my report. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Every trial has a Walmart reference. Yes.
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Detective, you want to look at that and see if it's a refreshing recollection. Near the bottom. Is that a copy
He's
of your
huffing and
report?
puffing.
Yes, it is.
You see on the first page.
Yes, I do.
After you worked from March the 9th of 2020. Did you take screenshots of the video from Walmart that you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What specifically does that mean you took screenshots? You just shoot it with your iPhone, or what are we talking? Is there a specific device you use to take
If this
screenshots
defense
of
attorney does
videos, or
not
what?
introduce
It was
the
on my computer
screenshots
where I was reviewing the video.
and the
Okay.
evidence, I have no idea why he's asking.
And what did you do with these screenshots?
They were put on a document and attached with that.
Or if he's
supplement.
alleging that they're
Okay.
missing, that might be different.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, is everyone subscribed? I actually got a lot of new subscribers today. So I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. We are on hold. Who said that this sounds like
Redirect.
Love Boat?
thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Farrell? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And before you call your next witness, let's everybody stand and take a stretch. I saw a juror doing that while we were having the.
Yeah, I was doing that.
Looked like a really good idea.
I saw a jury falling asleep during the defense's cross. That was bad. So what do you guys think of the tagline, "At the helm against the current"? By the way, the sign behind me in Swedish says, "Only dead fish swim with the current." So that's where that came from. I can do polls. Yes, I can do polls. You're on Facebook. I can do polls. Or not Facebook. You're on YouTube.
Okay.
I haven't done one
Call your
since
next witness, please.
Anderson.
Call Detective Peter B.
Should put one up.
His name again?
B. Hill.
V Hill. All right. Detective V Hill, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir, please.
See how many people are subscribed or like the video.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Ready? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Detective Pete Vigil. My last name is spelled V-I-G-I-L.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
13 years.
And have you been a detective all those 13 years?
About the last 3.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role?
I just transferred to the SVU unit of the Investigations Division.
And were you asked to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive on January 28th of 2020 to assist in a search of that residence?
I was.
About what time did you get there? Do you recall?
I don't. It was dark.
Who was there when you got there?
When I got there, it was for the house. The first time I went to the house, there was me and another detective, and the house was off, and we were just told to contact people inside the house if
I feel like
anyone
they
was
sent
there.
too many police
You're very,
officers
very
in the scene
soft-spoken,
now.
so you may want
I
to
gotta
just
call
pull
them
that
all.
microphone closer to you a little bit.
Testify.
There we go.
Is that better?
Is it better for you?
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Did you have issues with getting into the house when you got there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So me and my partner, we knocked on the door, made several loud announcements to see if anyone would come out. No one came out. So then I decided just to sit outside and see if anyone would show up to the house or if anyone would come out and maybe just didn't hear us. Some moments later, we saw lights come on and the garage opened up, and then we contacted the people that were in the garage.
And who did you contact in the garage?
Haley and Liana.
Was it Lena
Yes, Lena.
and Haley Hunt? Harley Hunt, I'm sorry.
Yes, Harley Hunt. Sorry.
You got me saying Haley.
All right.
So Harley Hunt and Lena are in the garage. Did you say, what's going on? Why didn't you open the door?
I did, but I don't remember what they said to me.
Okay. Did you eventually go in and search the house with, was it Detective Farrell with you as well?
Yeah.
And was there another detective?
Yeah, there were several of us.
Was that Detective Arndt?
Yes.
Okay. Is that who your partner was when you were trying to get in the house initially?
Yes.
So what I want to do is focus in on Gannon's bedroom and that search of the house, okay? Did you go into his bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any smells when you went into his bedroom?
Yeah, like an ammonia bleach smell.
And what did that mean to you?
Cleaning supplies. It's like it was being cleaned. We've all.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you see cleaning supplies in his bedroom?
No. Just
Where was, I'm sorry, my fault. Where was the smell coming from?
So the light switch was when I was originally told to take pictures of the house once we first got there. So I took pictures of the entire house. When I got there and I was at the threshold of his doorway, that's when I started smelling it. And then I started smelling in more obvious areas. There was a light switch. And then when I entered the room, the smell got stronger as I would get into the room.
And did you eventually look at his mattress of his bed, Gannon's mattress?
Yes.
And did you see what appeared to be blood on his mattress?
There was a stain on the
Police
mattress.
officers,
And
though,
did you swab that stain?
Yes.
had a
And
brother
did you
missing.
swab different areas of that particular stain?
Yes.
If I may approach, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 278 and 687. Get there for now, but have you look at these?
I have no idea. It just came to me one
What
day.
is 278?
278 is a package of 2 swabs from the bed on the east wall.
And is that the swabs that you took from that mattress that had, was it blood or what? What did you think it was?
I didn't know what it was at the time.
Okay.
I don't think any of us did. So we swabbed and just sent it off for testing.
All right. So does that contain the swabs, at least of the portion of the mattress that you did on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that package still sealed?
Yes.
Do you need to open it to see if the swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 278.
No objection.
278 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now let's go to People's Exhibit 687. What is People's Exhibit 687?
Swabs from 2 additional swabs from the bed located on the east.
Is that the same mattress, Gannon's mattress that you swabbed on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you need to open that package to see if those swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit 687.
No objection.
687 will also be admitted.
I handed you a picture, or at least I
Uh-oh.
put it on your chair
My
there.
internet
People's
giving me
Exhibit
problems
277. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
The storage room in the basement of the address.
And did you take that picture?
Yes.
And is that actually depict the storage room as you saw it on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 277.
No objection.
I agree, Dave.
277 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Never good when they're taking mattress.
You know, at this time, I'd request to publish People's Exhibit 312, which is already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Detective Vigil. Sorry, it's been a long afternoon for me. We're looking at People's Exhibit 312, which is a still taken from January 27th of 2020. Do you recognize the storage room in this still?
It's the same storage room, but it wasn't like that when I took a picture of it.
What do you mean?
That it's been altered or someone was going through it and moved boxes.
Were the boxes stacked up like that on January 28th, 2020 when you went and took photographs?
No.
If we can now go to People's Exhibit 277. We may have to mute it, Your Honor, so we can get 277 on here.
Turn off the screen for just.
Oh, got it.
Thank you.
It's ready.
Okay, we can unmute it. Thanks, Judge.
Good. All right.
So is this what that same area looked like on January 28th, 2020, the next night when you were there?
Yes.
The boxes aren't stacked up as high?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's it?
Cross-examination.
Pretty much.
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Vigil? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Low and
Judge, we would call Spencer Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. What do you have to say, Mr. Wilson?
You're going through them like crazy.
I know. I do like it.
Yeah, it is nice. Keeps the flow going.
Yeah, these are a lot of foundational witnesses.
Mr. Wilson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Come up a little farther. It's all right. Right there's good. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your
Other
step.
name,
As you step
Owen?
into the stand.
Or Luke?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
No.
We couldn't tell. I'm kidding. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Spencer Wilson, Spencer. Wilson, Wilson. I'm a reporter with CBS 4.
All right, that's what I was going to ask you next. I want to jump back even prior to now. What kind of training education do you have that allows you to be a news reporter?
I have a degree from the University of Missouri in broadcast journalism and going on 10 plus years of experience as a television reporter.
They're gonna play
I've
that
never had the
interview.
opportunity to do this before as a Jayhawk. I have to say rock chalk to a Missouri grad.
I will just say MIZ and leave it at that.
Objection. Not relevant.
Back in January of 2020, who were you working for then?
KKTV 11 News.
What was your job assignment in that time period?
Object for that.
I was a multimedia journalist, which just means that I'm a cameraman as well as a reporter at the same time. So one-man band.
Was it common for you to cover stories in the Pikes Peak region, Colorado Springs, El Paso County?
Very common, yes.
Oh, she's
As a
getting
part
embarrassed
of
for this.
your
Look at the
job, would you sometimes interview people out in the community?
Yes.
How many interviews do you think you had done at that time of your career?
Thousands.
On camera interviews?
Yes.
Thousands. Did you start to at some point cover the Gannon Stauch case?
I did.
How did your coverage start in that case?
It was kind of bouncing around between different reporters. Eventually, one day I was put on the story, and I can't remember if it was the very first day or if it was the second day I was doing the story, but I was out there and made contact with Letecia Stauch.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. Was there anything odd about you making contact or the way the contact unfolded for you?
Yes, I can remember it very clearly. I was on the sidewalk. We were just covering a search that day in the neighborhood. And there was a big moving truck and also a car pulling out of the neighborhood. And somebody rolled down their window and started to chastise me for coverage, being out there and reporting on stuff, and questioned the way that I was telling the story. That person was Letecia Stauch. And I realized that. And I said, well, if you got such a problem with this, why don't we go talk about it?
Really?
So when
You had a
this,
problem
you described two vehicles. What you said was a moving truck. Was this like a van, like a utility van?
Yeah.
And then the other vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
No better description than just a standard car.
Okay.
Not like a truck, not a SUV, little car.
Which vehicle was the defendant in when the window rolled down and there was words said towards you?
The car in the front, the moving car was behind them. She was not in that car.
So she was in the actual vehicle, the
That is correct.
passenger vehicle. What seat was she in?
Oh gosh, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe driver's seat, but I don't feel super clear on that.
Was it immediately apparent to you that the person that was saying these words to you was Letecia Stauch?
No, it took about 5 seconds. And since I had been keeping tabs on the case and the social media along
wasn't
with
immediate. It took
a lot
5
of people were
seconds.
talking about her at the time. And then when it did click, I had this moment of, oh gosh, this is the people everyone's trying to talk to.
What was her demeanor like when she did that?
Angry, I guess is the best way to put it. She was not excited that I was there. She was not excited to
Be
see
her
other members
MO.
of the media there. There was a lot of people down there covering the story. And just the words she said to me were basically, you're doing this wrong.
Okay. And so then that's when you make this arrangement to go talk somewhere else. Did you in fact do that?
That's correct. I offered to do an interview. She mulled it over for a quick second. There was some conversation in the car. Eventually she said, okay, we'll give this a shot. And I said, being the reporter I was for that station, I don't want everybody else to have this at the same time. So let's go somewhere else. And she agreed that it would be a spectacle if we were to do it right there. So we drove to a construction lot, maybe half a mile away.
Okay. And just for contextual reference, was this on January 31st, 2020?
Correct.
So roughly, I guess, 4 days after Gannon was first reported missing to the police?
That's correct.
So tell us, how do you go about setting up doing an on-camera interview in a general sense? And then how did you do it in this case?
Generally, I will talk to the person beforehand, kind of give them an explanation of what's about to happen. This is all while I'm handing them a remote microphone that will then clip onto some part of their body somewhere. And then I begin by asking them to say and spell their full name and explain who they are to the story. That's fairly standard practice. I think almost every reporter does that ever. The difference on this story was a part of the circumstances where Letecia was willing to talk to me was in the event that she did not have to show her face. And so I try to get creative because I desperately wanted to have this interview, but at the same time, I could not show her face, which is difficult for TV because we have to show things. I came up with the idea if she looked away from the camera and if I looked towards it, you could still see the conversation happening. That being said, you would not see her face.
I wonder.
Let's talk a little bit about this microphone that you just described that would click on somebody's clothing. Does it have a wire that goes to some sort of little control box that is somehow then wirelessly connected to your camera?
That's correct.
Is it typical that that control box to that microphone would stay with the person while that microphone is attached to them?
That's correct.
If a person walked away from the camera to a different area or, proximity wise, would the camera still pick up on anything that that microphone is picking up on?
That's correct.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Was it odd to you as a reporter that had done thousands of interviews that Letecia was asking you to do this interview but not have her face facing the camera?
Not entirely so. It did make it an unusual situation, but there are some instances where people ask to not have their face shown. We'll sometimes shoot somebody's hands as video when we're talking to them. And considering the nature of this interview where she was hesitant to do it in the first place, I was more willing to accept the terms of that agreement.
Did the fact that you were able to do this interview, was that a good get for you as this news cycle was developing?
My newsroom was ecstatic, yes.
Did you play along with what the defendant was telling you during this interview to keep her talking?
As a part of that training you mentioned at the University of Missouri, it is told to us that in order to have a conversation with someone, you cannot agree with what they're saying, but you do need to keep them continuing what they're saying. That is why, as you're nodding right now, I would nod along with whatever was being said. That doesn't necessarily mean I was agreeing to anything. It was meaning that I needed her to keep saying things.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case as well?
That's correct.
All right. Was there a portion of this interview where she asked you actually to redo a portion of it?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about that circumstance.
Towards the end of our interview, after we had had a
I hope we get the whole
conversations, I was also, mind you,
interview.
the cameraman in this instance too. So I'd have to stop and walk behind the camera, hit stop, hit start if we needed to redo things. I think we cut it maybe 2 or 3 times, took breaks, came back on. At the very end, this was the thing that was the most interesting to me and why I remember it so much is that I asked, is there anything that you would want to say to Gannon? In this interview, she had told me that she believed he was coming home. She said yes, gave her statement, and I said, okay, we got it. And then she said, what if we did that one more time? And I said, sure, whatever you want. So I went back, turned the camera back on, but this time she was crying when she was not crying the first time, and her demeanor completely changed. It went basically from, I can't wait till you're home, everyone's going to see that I'm not lying, they owe me an apology, to, I will not mimic someone crying, but she was very upset in the second part.
I don't remember
which took
seeing
a
that
second
one.
to happen.
I don't think
Based on the things that you were hearing coming from the defendant, Letecia Stauch in this case, during that interview, did it seem that she was more focused on how she was being perceived publicly as opposed to helping find Gannon?
Absolutely. I talked to neighbors who were more concerned for Gannon.
Okay. And, Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 334?
You may.
Play it.
I don't know who's doing this.
I want to see the whole uncut where she's like,
Wilson,
she's
I'm
angry.
holding
She's like, no,
a
let's do that
disc,
again. And then
People's
she
Exhibit
magically
334.
starts
Do you
crying.
recognize this disc?
I do.
Why do you recognize it?
I just watched it in the other room.
So did you initial or put your signature on it and today's date?
That's correct.
The contents of this disc, is it basically a file of that interview?
That's correct.
Is it fair and accurate representation of your interview?
Yes.
It's going to be so bad.
Exhibit 330.
I love her stories.
334 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Her recordings are just so insane.
Because she's so, it's all about her. They need to apologize. Oh my God.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, I closed down my other recording. That's okay.
You are.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing.
We drunk in 30 seconds.
But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know, but I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun, and my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know if it was a law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got to, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just gonna check your chat. Doing great. Wanna make sure this
Yeah,
is-
I'm not sure about this
Got a
whole thing.
recording,
She's
still can hear you
tuning in
okay?
there first.
Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will be out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here.
He's like, I'm not missing a word of this.
Okay.
I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that
Drink.
these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you
Drink.
saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel?
She also
when not
refers
only
to him
you
in
have
the
a
past
lost
tense.
child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being?
You know,
Drink.
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done.
Oh my God.
I just want everyone to
It
know
doesn't.
that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? You don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed to after. Not okay so far.
Yes, I need Harley.
Come here, Harley. Tell him what I want you to say.
I need Harley because they want you to verify with Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work. Want me to just say yes? No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
I saw
Does she
this
need
and
to
I
hold
thought
this?
the defendant was going to
Yes,
stand
so
up in
I came
court
home
and
later
scream
that
at the woman on
evening.
the
I was at
camera's
work
lying.
and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
there you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind. I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
people stuff.
Take that out.
Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher, and they just didn't know that. Like, we moved on a military move, and I didn't finish out my contract, so I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
Or
I feel
professional
like these are
status.
just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing.
it definitely is. And here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like, we just should not. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Mr. Wilson, it's probably
Right there.
fairly obvious, but the person that you were interviewing there, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you please point around and describe what she's wearing for the jury?
Pink shirt.
You're pointing over to the right-hand side of the courtroom?
That's correct.
Female at defense table?
That's correct.
All right, ask that the record reflect who's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant appear to be of sound mind to you while you were with her?
Yeah.
No, he can give his opinion regarding what he thought about her mental state at the time.
Yes.
Did she seem to be able to answer questions to you logically and give coherent answers?
Yes.
You mentioned that, to your memory, that she
Is
was
the
driving
interviewer.
the passenger vehicle.
Yes.
Did she seem to be following the rules of the road?
Yes.
Could she stop when she was supposed to stop?
Yes.
Was she driving on the right side of the road as opposed to the left?
That's correct.
During that interview, do you remember, is there a point in time where she's referring to Gannon in the present sense and then she changes it to the past tense?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
We just watched it. But
Okay.
no, sorry.
If we
Yeah, that
can
was-
queue up 5 minutes and 50 seconds, please. We're going to just replay that portion, Judge, because it happens fairly quickly.
The interview.
We don't want to use it.
The interview was when they were doing a neighborhood
Hi,
search
I'm Widow out of the way.
for Gannon. So
5:50.
See
Could've
my
been a
ball
couple
shows
days
in.
after.
That's when we take.
she had already moved out of the home.
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am.
Just so that we're tracking. So it's paused right now at 5 minutes and 33 seconds. And then we'll get to that 5 minutes and 50 seconds section. Go ahead and play it, please.
Going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon, and I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do?
Was that significant to you that it changed in mid-statement from present sense to past tense? I'm asking his impression of it.
It's relevant. That's a bad objection.
No, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Really?
The jury can draw their own conclusions about it. I'm not sure that his opinion about it adds any extra relevance.
Okay.
So the objection sustained.
Okay.
I don't agree with that.
What about when this interview ended? Did she get back into the driver's side, driver's seat of that
He's
passenger
dead.
vehicle to drive away?
Father-
Yes.
Charlie's father is
She
dead.
again appeared to be driving and following the rules of the road.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
And-
One of the
and-
reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
that
I mean-
she expressed she didn't want her face to be seen and she had concerns for her safety.
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Oh, come on, jury.
So
And looks like just the one. And Councilor
All
Perch,
right.
please.
We got jury questions. I love the jury questions. I really was hoping the part where she's like, "Can I do that again?" and then starts crying. I was hoping that was like one solid video and it wasn't cut like that.
yeah. But she said she wanted to hide her face for her own safety, but everybody knows who you are. So
Yeah, well, she wants to hide her face, but she also wants people to know she's out there. And look at her now.
yeah. It's not like they didn't say her name or anything.
All right. Oh, thank you. So it was on January 31st, the interview. It's my resident fact checker.
Gotta love the fact checker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what we
Thank
do
you,
without-
Jenny B. Jones, if that is your real name. Yeah, she's like dissolving into the table.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant stop crying immediately following the interview? Did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
Let me ask those separately so that it's clear which one is you're answering to. Did she stop crying immediately following the interview?
Quicker than a normal person would stop crying.
And did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Did the camera shut off immediately after the interview, or was there film that was not shown that would have shown her demeanor afterwards?
The relevant pieces of information, the camera was still rolling post that interview. That being said, the microphone was removed from Letecia Stauch, and also I left the scene.
So there would have been no video to confirm what you're saying about when she stopped crying.
It would have been outside of the view of the camera. I'm not sure if she had the microphone on at the time.
Okay, and that wasn't played for the jury.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
That was not bad follow-up from the jury questions. The jury questions are spot on, by the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. I know everybody wants to go home and download some sort of Celebrate program so that they can see what's on their phone. You can't do that. You have to decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. So if we can have everyone where they need to be tomorrow, we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock. So have a good evening. All rise for the jury, please.
I'm just going to leave it hang for a second just in case there's any follow-up arguments after the jury leaves. We'll go through some questions, and then I'm going to kind of cut it off fairly quickly today because I have some household chores I got to get to. Interesting day. It started off really on a sour note with the medical examiner and ended on an absolute fun note with her TV interview.
Yeah.
God, she's insane.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right. Then we'll see everybody tomorrow, same time, same place.
Have a good night. Yeah, it was interesting. She wasn't standing up. You noticed that. I didn't catch that. She wasn't getting up for the jury. Interesting. Maybe they're court appointed, and I think she's actually gone through a couple sets of attorneys already. So I don't know how much more leeway the judge is going to give her. I did star a couple of questions.
Yeah, she was trying to defend herself for a hot minute there.
Yeah, that was bad. That was just a bad interview. She just has the problem of wanting to talk too much. You should call yourself Harry Potter, by the way. Jenny B. Jones. I like that. Okay, so is it common for the jury to ask questions straight away? Don't they? So in Michigan, as well as Colorado, and maybe half the states now, juries can ask questions of the witnesses, which is a great system. I love it. While the witness is testifying, they have a notepad they can write questions down on. Once the cross-examination is done, the judge will ask them, just like you see, if they have any questions. The judge is going to review the questions, though, to make sure they're appropriate, not asking for inappropriate questions, and then the judge will read them. I really like the system. I think it should be utilized more. And yeah, I really like it. And the jury has had some great questions. They've actually had better questions than the defense sometimes. This is team number 3. Yeah, that's what I thought. She went through a couple sets. So, all right, I'm Harry Potter. She did. She actually, I felt like she paid attention to the medical examiner's testimony. And then, like, when there was things that, like the TV interview, she's squirming. There was somebody else that she was kind of squirming away from earlier, but she was watching the medical examiner's testimony very closely, which was weird. I feel like that might have been the one you'd want to look away from, but who knows? Maybe she's a psychopath and just sort of kept it together for all these years. I have no idea.
Right.
But she is not quite with it, in my opinion. I don't know if we have any. Yeah, I know. That was so ridiculous that her defense attorney just walked out at the beginning of. I rewatched it actually because I was like, did he walk all the way? He walked all the way to the back door of the court. All the way to the back door because it went quiet for a while, and I thought. And I thought, like, oh, the microphone cut out or something. No, he had walked away. He was all the way in the back of the court.
Oh my God.
So, thank you everybody for watching the stream today. I think Nicholas might be back with us tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. He sent me a message saying he'll see me tomorrow, so I'm assuming that's tomorrow morning. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a winning case. I would still say though that you shouldn't say, "Oh, my client's guilty. I'm going to leave," and just sort of walk out. It just wasn't a good look. Yeah. Thank you all for appearing. Jamie, do you have any parting words?
No, it was a interesting day for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was just.
That's my favorite. She's
Yeah, she's just. I'm gonna watch that interview again. I love how it just cut. I might do a short. Oh, why is my camera off? I'm not even saying. Hey guys, I don't know why my camera is off.
She just really wants everybody to be like, it's all me, and just that whole interview. It's stupid as crap, but it's so disgusting to hear her be like, they need to apologize. Once he comes home, you'll apologize to me. Like, oh.
Yeah, and if you combine the eyes, we had like 2 or a dozen eyes, she said, and if we combine I with me, we'd have 24 shots in just that short interview. It's ridiculous. It's all about her. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Sarah. Yes. Someone said we're a really good team together. Yeah, no, they ended
Everybody's so sweet.
They ended with a good witness today. So
yeah, a sincere apology. You give her a sincere apology, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna go do my chores now, and I'll see you all 10:45 tomorrow morning. I will post it out there this evening. You guys can watch it. Set your notifications. Please tell your friends, like and subscribe. We got good likes on this video, so I'm happy about that.
We need to get him to 1,000 so he can get some monies.
Well, it would be nice.
Well, you sitting here all day. You deserve something.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye.